Thank you very much for attending this event. I pass the floor for opening the event to the Deputy Chief of Mission of IOM Ukraine, Stephen Rogers.
Can you hear me? I would like to thank you, Katerina, dear participants, dear representatives of the Ukrainian government, the representatives of the Ukrainian diaspora, and all the people concerned, all the stakeholders. Thank you for joining us today. Even the Russian missiles cannot cancel such event as ours. I would like you to accept my warmest greetings. Let me switch to my English now.
Firstly, I want to say today that we are thankful to the KfW Development Bank and the government of Germany for sponsoring and supporting today's Diaspora conference, and more broadly, our efforts to mitigate the impact of the war in Ukraine. We at IOM Ukraine and IOM globally believe that Ukrainian diaspora is already a strong actor, humanitarian actor, and actor for recovery and development, and really can be an accelerator for Ukraine moving forward. From neighboring Poland to seemingly far away Australia, Ukrainians have mobilized massive community resources to send uninterrupted support through bank transfers, in-kind humanitarian cargo, in buses, ships, planes, trains, automobiles, like the movie, to help Ukraine in its time of need. The war has put a spotlight on how diaspora can promote resilience and provide immediate humanitarian assistance. But as I hinted at previously, the diaspora can play an outsized role in recovery and development. Broadly speaking, they can contribute with their cultural, social, economic, human, and social capital. Today, we want to take a look at what has already been done by different diaspora groups to support Ukraine, and to look forward to the future and start that discussion about how we can partner for joint action in the future. IOM, just to speak a little bit about our role and what we do, we've been present in Ukraine for over 25 years. And while we started out working mainly on development, of course, since 2014, we've also been working in the humanitarian and recovery spheres here in Ukraine. And since the February 24th invasion, we have scaled up. We have over 10 hubs in Ukraine and more than 500 personnel, trying to respond as best we can to both immediate and more midterm challenges that Ukraine is facing. And as the war is continuing, we see firsthand how the needs are rapidly increasing, and that we need to redouble our support in order to match and address those needs. Thus, our gathering today really is timely in order to talk about recovery and plan concrete initiatives with the diaspora as a partner in rebuilding and sustaining Ukraine's economy. Together with the Ukrainian diaspora, who since the first days of the war has shown its unwavering commitment, we can do more and we can help more. Зараз запрошую до слова пані Тетяну.
Now I would like to invite Tatiana Brezhnev, Deputy Minister of Economy, to take the floor. Good afternoon.
Dear representatives of the Ukrainian diaspora, dear colleagues, it is an honor for me to be here and to meet the representatives of our diaspora from different countries of the world. And thank you so much for the solidarity throughout this 267 days of Ukraine's heroic resistance against Russia's full-scale war. Thank you for believing in Ukraine's victory and for all your help. We highly appreciate the support of the Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian people, including displaced citizens in Ukraine and abroad. For my part, I would like to inform the participants of this conference about the government steps aimed at supporting business and the population, at stabilizing the labor market, as well as about the tools that are being implemented today and can be interesting and useful for humanitarian response and your direct participation. In July 2022, the government of Ukraine launched a program. It's called Yerobota. It's a grant program for small and medium-sized businesses. We decided to provide small grants up to 6,000 euro to people that want to start or extend their small businesses and to hire at least 2 workers. And since the 1st of July, when the program started, the Ministry of Economy has gotten almost 14,000 applications. And after the evaluation process, more than 2,000 applications were considered valid. And now the government has already disbursed 900 grants with up to 200 million hryvnias. And this mechanics is a well-elaborated technique of support to displaced persons and persons that returned to the occupied territories. As a state, we understand that during the last century, the Soviet authorities did everything to kill the spirit of entrepreneurship of Ukrainians. Ukrainians were called kurkuli, spekulante, and entrepreneurship was considered to be a crime. Now, as a state, today we want to revive this spirit, and we believe that Ukrainians are enthusiastic and energetic. So we believe that providing these microgrants on a big scale is a crucial instrument for the economic resilience of the Ukrainian people. Access to finances is limited in the war environment. Granting people finances to ensure their economic activities is the most efficient tool for the general economic recovery. And the number of applications proves that it is as well highly demanded. So the architecture of this program provides the possibility of attracting any sources, including charitable contribution, humanitarian aid, grants, gifts, international aid. For instance, the contributions from individuals and legal entities under private law or public law can be credited to the Small and Medium-Sized Business Support Fund, which has an account opened in the National Bank. So we suggest the participants of this conference pay attention to these tools and, if possible, get involved in their implementation. This is a very practical tool and practical speech. We do a lot of different things like relocation of business. We plan huge and very systematic labor reform in Ukraine, and we hope that all the Ukrainians abroad will come back to Ukraine to create workplaces and to celebrate our victory. And having the honor of participating in this event, I want to once again thank the organizers and the participants and wish fruitful cooperation on the way to our victory. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And for all the participants, we will have a dedicated session in the discussion today to discuss everything Deputy Minister mentioned now and support, much needed support to small Ukrainian businesses. On a related topic, I would like to pass the word to our next speaker in the opening panel, Ms. Laura Polishuk, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Nazovny platform.
Дякую, Катерина. Дякую всім, хто вже сказав теплі слова привітання. Я зі свого боку.
Thank you very much. I would like to join the chorus of appreciation, and I'm very pleased to be amidst people who do care about Ukraine, who are concerned with our development. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for investing your hearts and minds in that. I represent Nazovny.com online. This is for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Usually, many people hear about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and embassies of Ukraine in other jurisdictions in terms of humanitarian issues, arms, sanctions, rebuilding Ukraine, but it is also very important to say that we have quite another area. This is support of economic development of Ukraine. And with that in mind, we created Nazomny.online to make entrance for the Ukrainian companies, provide for the presence of the Ukrainian companies in the international markets. We have some functionalities at that platform. First of all, this is a registration of companies and opportunity to get consultations from our analysts from the point of view of what markets are best.
And that there's an entrepreneur who is very creative. We actually have a lot of creative entrepreneurs, and I have certain success in our Ukrainian market. I have some manufacturing, and I want to continue existing. I will explain why I'm saying that. So if I'm such an entrepreneur, I can go to the platform and learn on which international markets I can focus. The second functionality we have is the supporting the initiation of an expert work. Well, in every embassy we have around the world, there is a department for economic diplomacy, and these are people who know how the partner relations are built in international economy. They provide consultations and they help establishing direct contact with entrepreneurs working in their respective countries. The third direction is business events and exhibitions. And the business diplomats and embassies, they receive the best possible conditions to be present at the exhibitions. And for example, we have recently had an experience of such a joint stand where 17 countries were represented at one booth in Paris. We will continue developing this work. There is another thing that's the direct access for importers to be able to find the potential suppliers of goods and services in Ukraine. So the importers can enter the platform, register their request, and we can help them find partners in Ukraine to connect them and let them develop their partnership further. Why I've mentioned such a verb as to exist? Yes, because if we look at the trend, we already have the forecast that the Ukrainian export will drop by at least 35%. And the second is only considering the temporary leave of our citizens to other countries, we've lost at least 30% of the internal market. So currently for us, the export is not about development, it's about survival. And some entrepreneurs use all the creative approaches to support the people to have the opportunity to pay the salaries for their employees. So export is very important right now. What you can do as the stakeholders or supporters in other countries, you can inform exporters from Ukraine and importers in your countries about this platform, that it can be used, that you can submit requests and receive the opportunities to connect with the Ukrainian companies. The second direction of work is so-called by Ukrainian. We are going to conduct a number of events in different countries to turn more attention to Ukrainian products in retail and increase the demand for Ukrainian goods in different countries. So while staying in your respective countries, you can sort of promote Ukrainian goods, Ukrainian services. And if you have any ideas about how we can conduct some events, well, fair or exhibition, whatever, let us do that together and promote Ukrainian goods in your markets. So I will be happy to see you again and create our future anew. Thank you very much, Laura. And I see, as we discussed it yesterday, you've joined us in the darkness. Thank you for participation despite the very difficult time and the situation in Kiev. And thank you for the practical advice. It is really important. I hope I will continue the discussion with the representatives of the diaspora in practical dimension. And to end our session, last but definitely not the least, our old friend, the ambassador of Canada to Ukraine in 2014-2019, business ombudsman in Ukraine, representative of both the diaspora and Ukraine, Mr. Roman Vasychuk, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katarina, and to all of you listening. I was sort of wondering why I was here. I sort of figured that maybe because of certain phenomena, I will take it from there. Now
I will switch to Ukrainian. Even though this could be done by Mr. Rogers, who could be welcomed, and they would not even notice that it's not like the language he spoke in Ukraine. So my experience as a person who has worked in Canada and who moves a lot between Ukraine, Poland, and Canada from time to time is that there is a big potential of the Ukrainian diaspora. It is being fulfilled, but in the ways that are not always appreciated by other institutional participants of the markets and Ukrainian state as well. Well, until recently, but we see that it is changing now. And the current war has mobilized not just the people who have recently left Ukraine, like people who have left in the most recent years, but also other people with any connections, ethnic or religious, having links to Ukraine, or people who have no prior links to Ukraine. And if we speak about diaspora, I have recently been to the Congress of Ukrainians in Canada about 3 weeks ago. We could see how people from 6 generations, the first pioneers, and those who have moved to Canada just a few weeks ago, found agreement on how they need to work to support the fight in Ukraine now and reconstruction of Ukraine in the nearest future. Every migration wave, and I'm sure I'm not telling you anything new, it has its own features. And this current wave of refugees in Canada, it is considered the 6th wave, well, starting with 1890s, but for some countries it is the first wave of the Ukrainian migration. It's different from the previous ones. I will send to the chat now a study on Ukrainian migrants in Poland, conducted by the National Bank of Poland. And the study says that it's a very atypical movement of migrants, of displaced persons, people of working age, but though this is almost 90% women, more than half of them have a university degree, They have a big motivation to work on the local market, and they have certain expectations with regard to the social opportunities that need to be available for them. And even this, the most recent migrants, they try to help their relatives in Ukraine with money. So that's a phenomenon of transferring the money, which started back in the Soviet times in the form of the packages with the jeans and sweaters sent across the ocean, has become massively common in the recent years. 10, 12, $15 billion a year are being transferred. At the same time, in many analyses, this money from Ukrainians from abroad were considered less real than the money from the IMF or other institutional investors, etc. Even though in many regards they are more real because they are provided without any limitations and in time, in a timely manner. And the delivery rate from one family to another is 100%, which cannot be said about the announced but then delayed or more complicated donations from the IMF, not really donations, loan from IMF. And here I must say that the Ukrainian diaspora in the most recent decade has been the biggest investor into the economy of Ukraine, though these investments were not always sent to the most productive sectors of Ukrainian economy. However, they were an important factor leading to even smaller towns and villages of Ukraine looking so that they shock any Muscovite invader. Where have they got this house from? Why do they have so much Nutella? And so on. It comes from the work of Ukrainians in Ukraine and from work of Ukrainians abroad, from the diaspora. You have been able to, provide for that well-being of Ukrainians underappreciated well-being of Ukrainians in Ukraine. And I want to say that the IOM saw this long ago and sponsored, about 7 years ago, we spoke about the possible formats of how the contributions from the Ukrainian diaspora could be institutionalized so that they work for development of the economy. And that study was a bit ahead of its time. However, we need to return to that idea now, and maybe through this conference, it will happen. But let me return to that Congress in Winnipeg, which took place 3 weeks ago. I had an opportunity to speak to the Minister of Economy of Canada, Chrystia Freeland, also a member of the Ukrainian diaspora, on the day when it was announced that the Ukrainian sovereign bonds program would be launched. So those were bonds guaranteed by the government of Canada, where all the money was sent to the government of Ukraine. So that's an indirect implementation of the findings of that study of the IOM 7 years ago. So this hybrid model could be used using your presence in the countries, your influence in those countries, and credit ratings of those countries to support the financial situation in Ukraine. And the final thought here, I was in Kiev on the Independence Day and met Alexander Zinchenko, a historian. He told me it is considered that, the truth is the first victim of the war, but in this war, the first victim was the inferiority complex of Ukrainians. inferiority against Russia and well, compared to the Western countries. So we need to consider that this newest wave of the Ukrainian diaspora is very valuable in terms of human capital.
Not just because that they were so altruistic and caring, though this is also important, but because they see the value of this human capital, and for the future, they wouldn't probably like to let it go. And to perhaps design all sorts of programs to retain the hunted heads of the qualified specialists. Now, this is a loss, perhaps inevitable for some part, but we have to think about it being based on the self-criticism of Ukrainians, which prevented them from realizing that how valuable they were in the international market of labor. So this is for the government of Ukraine now. As Minister Fedorov said today at Kyiv International Economic Forum, to be the most attractive economic environment or medium for investors and also employees, specialists that would like to come back here for Ukraine to serve as a magnet for migration from other countries. But this is just an aside. This is not a topic for this conference, clearly. Let me conclude with a Ukrainian saying, but we have to put it in the context of this conference. Well, let's respect ourselves because we are definitely worth it. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Your Excellency. I cannot but answer your better question why you're here. Actually, your presentation answers it because you broadcast all the thoughts and ideas which are extremely important in our opinion from the point of view of our experience, our global experience, for engagement of diaspora, and this war has demonstrated what a great resource we have in this the diaspora is. And let's hope when the time of peace comes at last, these ties between mainland Ukraine and the diaspora will become just stronger. And all the ideas that have to do with the humanitarian response, but also business engagement, investment, finance are extremely important. 8 years ago, perhaps it was too early. Now it's the ripe time. And not to talk about this when it's too late, hopefully. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers of this opening panel for setting the key for the event. And instilling the ideas. Yeah.
Know how to say his title in English. To open the first panel discussion, first session of the conference, speaking about IAM's work in Ukraine and opportunities for diaspora engagement, I would like to pass the word to Michael Newsom, Senior Labor Mobility and Social Inclusion Specialist from IAM's regional office in Vienna, to speak about IAM's work with diaspora groups in crisis situations and in the development context. The floor is yours, Michael.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the introduction, Katya. I hope everyone can hear me and see my screen. And thank you to the speakers in the opening session who really highlighted some of the key points that I also want to build on in this presentation. I'm going to try to be brief. I say that every time I speak, and I usually fail, but I will still try to be brief. And what I want to do is sort of provide an overview of IOM's work on diaspora engagement more broadly in humanitarian and development contexts, as a way of providing some sort of food for thought on how collaboration could potentially work within the Ukrainian context as well. Then I'll pass it to my colleague Katya to talk more specifically about our work in Ukraine and opportunities for collaboration there. Broadly speaking, IOM engages with diaspora at a global level. It's embedded within IOM's mandate, but also within some of the key frameworks within which IOM is engaged. For example, in the Global Compact for Migration, where Objective 19 is specifically focused on creating the conditions for migrants and diaspora to fully contribute to sustainable development. And I think the way that this is worded is key to understand how IOM wants to work in this field. It's not about IOM deciding how diaspora should work, but really working with local communities and with diaspora to help them fulfill their own objectives when it comes to humanitarian support and development, and making sure that this gets done in a sustainable way. As one of the speakers previously noted, sometimes the types of investments and the types of philanthropy that we see from diaspora, though well-meaning, doesn't always achieve the types of objectives or sustainable goals that they're looking for as well. So one of IOM's goals is to try to enhance the sustainability and value of diaspora contributions.
Michael, sorry, could you please go to presentation mode?
Oh, okay. How do I do that?
I think that's the screen under the slide will bring you there. Yeah.
What are you seeing now?
We see your notes. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Let me stop sharing.
Michael, if you don't mind, the technical support will share your screen and
okay.
Going to
Sure.
the next slide. Okay.
That would be easiest, yes.
Sorry for this interruption.
No problem. No, it's my own technical ineptitude. I apologize. So to the next slide. Thank you. So IOM engages with this in what we call the 3E approach, which is to engage, enable, and empower. Slide is a bit busy, so maybe I can just go to the next slide, which is a bit, I think, clearer in terms of what we mean. When we're talking about engaging diaspora, we're talking about really understanding who they are, where they are, what their interests are, and that involves different sets of diaspora mapping that we can engage in, depending upon the interests of the stakeholders. It also involves capacity building for diaspora engagement and communication strategies. Often we find that governments are not great at communications, generally speaking, but particularly when it comes to diaspora engagement. So working with governments to improve their communications and outreach strategies, that would be part of the engaging part. When it comes to do is the right sort of policies and regulatory environments that make it and programs that make it easier for diaspora to engage in the ways that they want to engage in development. So this involves government policy and capacity building, understanding what the blockages are, what the challenges are that diaspora face in engaging in skills transfer or investment or whatever it may be, and working with government to adjust their policies in order to encourage greater diaspora engagement. And then the third component, as I said, empower, is really about setting up specific projects and programs that engage diaspora concretely in development initiatives. So this would be, putting in place specific types of programs that incentivize diaspora to engage in skills transfer or in investment or in philanthropy, and sort of channeling that diaspora will and that diaspora interest to support development into specific channel and concrete channels of engagement. When it comes to IOM's engagement with diaspora in humanitarian settings, this creates a number of challenges that we find. So there are logistical and coordination challenges that come particularly in the early phases of crisis situations, which simply make it much more difficult to engage in partnerships when the humanitarian needs are evolving so quickly. This is true of partnerships more broadly, not just with diaspora. But as a result of this, we find that our cooperation with Diaspora in the early phases of humanitarian support tends to be more low intensity cooperation. And what I mean by that is that we're not sort of actively cooperating with one another. We'll engage in information sharing, in sharing needs assessments. So for example, in the early stages, IOM was already sharing proactively reports that we were doing on internal displacement in Ukraine or other sort of updates from IOM's operations in Ukraine, and sharing that with Diaspora members to give them an understanding of what the needs are and what the situation is from a humanitarian perspective on the ground in Ukraine. We also connect Diaspora with specific actors on the ground who might need their support. And in this case in particular, when it comes to the healthcare and medical sector, trying to link Diaspora medical associations with institutions on the ground in countries in need of humanitarian support. We've done this in collaboration with, for example, the Syrian American Medical Society in the case of Syria, as well as the National Arab American Medical Association in other types of crisis situations. And then finally, there's the opportunity for funding for IOM's own humanitarian programs. Again, it's just donations that require very low intensity cooperation. But these are the ways that we cooperate sort of at the initial stages of humanitarian engagement. What we found in this particular case, and what we're seeing as potential future opportunities for engagement, was a request from a number of diaspora groups at the possibility of using IOM or UN logistics networks to facilitate the delivery of aid packages that were actually developed or delivered by the diaspora themselves. There were issues regarding challenges and costs of logistics to bring in these types of aid packages that were developed, that were provided by the diaspora. So in the future, we'll look at how something like that can be facilitated. But some examples of where we have worked with diaspora. In the case of Ethiopia, we worked with diaspora who donated money to IOM to support stranded migrants, stranded Ethiopian migrants in Yemen, and then upon their return in Ethiopia to support their reintegration. We've worked with diaspora organizations in order to enhance their own capacities and readiness to deliver support in cases of disaster or crisis. And then in the case of the Philippines more recently, after the more recent floodings, IOM was heavily engaged with the diaspora to support humanitarian efforts and mobility efforts in the wake of the floods. So just some examples. When it comes to, when we start to shift, say, from more humanitarian work, and that evolves into more work on durable solutions, on reconstruction, that creates more opportunities for collaboration with diaspora, which is why I think this particular conference is so timely, because we're able to start thinking not just about the humanitarian response, but also other ways that we can engage with the diaspora as we move forward. And here are just some examples of the ways that IOM has cooperated with diaspora. So there's, again, philanthropy for community redevelopment work. We work with community-driven small-scale infrastructure projects, so identify different small-scale projects that might be needed within specific communities, and then work with the diaspora either through crowdfunding tools or other communications networks in order to provide either partial or full funding for those types of initiatives. We've engaged in matching grants, so matching the grants that are matching the funds that are provided by the diaspora with, let's say, grants of 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 in order to incentivize the use of diaspora philanthropy towards specific concrete initiatives. Within these projects, one of the roles that IOM plays would be ensuring the reliability of partners. This is something that a number of diaspora always find challenging, is to be able to identify reliable partners on the ground to work with. So that's one of the roles that IOM plays, is making sure that when we're engaging with diaspora, the people we're working with on the ground are also reliable in how they're going to use those funds that are being shared by the diaspora. And then finally, ensuring sustainability of contributions. This, as I mentioned just before, is a real challenge we see with a lot of diaspora philanthropy, even when it's well-meaning. If it's well meant, a lot of the times it will get spent on something, usually infrastructure projects, because people do like to invest or give to something that's tangible, that has sort of tangible value, that they can see the value of what they've put into it. But then there's issues in terms of how it's used, the upkeep of it, and that can often deteriorate if the right conditions aren't in place with local partners. So IOM tries to ensure the sustainability of these contributions as well. There's also philanthropy for livelihoods and businesses, so not just for community development, but really to try to encourage the reestablishment of an ecosystem that supports entrepreneurs, micro businesses, and small businesses. The type of work we would do with Diaspora is similar to what we would do with community development projects, but it's more geared towards entrepreneurship. So we would provide financial contributions to help displaced individuals start or restart businesses that may have been established before the crisis. Again, we usually leverage either crowdfunding tools or other types of tools from the diaspora to contribute to the development of these businesses. IOM would provide training and technical support to the entrepreneurs in order to, I guess, increase the likelihood of their success as entrepreneurs, which obviously also increases the value of diaspora contributing to these businesses. And we would provide other types of technical support to these businesses, such as conducting market research or other types of tools they might need in order to understand how to create a successful small business. And our work with Diaspora here could be contributions in regards to financial contributions to these businesses, or it could be technical support. If a Diaspora member has a specific skill related to business in general or related to a specific business sector, we can then leverage that to engage Diaspora to help out these small businesses to establish themselves. Diaspora investment is another area that IOM looks into. This includes providing financial and technical support for business startup. So this would be businesses that diaspora themselves want to start or want to work with family on the ground in the country of origin to start. And IOM can provide financial support or technical support to start businesses. In the countries where we've done this, what we found is that the technical support is often much more appreciated than the financial support. It can be really challenging going through the bureaucracy and loopholes of establishing a business in a country where you're not that familiar with the business environment. So the type of support IOM provides is sort of helping navigate those administrative, but also those logistic challenges that people might have in establishing businesses. We can establish diaspora investment funds, and this in fact is something that we were looking to with the Ukrainian diaspora prior to the crisis. We established a feasibility study that you see here, looking at mechanisms that migrants in diaspora could use to invest in Ukraine. And the idea that came up was this diaspora investment fund, which could be reconsidered hopefully in the future as well. Diaspora bonds is something that IOM doesn't get into that much, but again, it's another tool that diaspora have in order to invest in their countries of origin. And then similar to my first point, actually, IOM can provide support to address technical barriers that larger scale diaspora investors may face in establishing greenfield investments in countries of origin. Finally, often an overlooked point that I know that one of the early speakers already mentioned, which I was very appreciative of, is diaspora business networks and how these can be leveraged to support economic development and job creation in the countries of origin. Diaspora are a market themselves as consumers, often for nostalgia goods, things that they miss from the country of origin, that small businesses can provide through export to that market. But even more than that, diaspora can create new markets and new clients for micro, small, and medium enterprises in countries of origin by creating those sort of trust and business linkages that they have with partners or friends or clients in the country of destination, with opportunities and businesses in the country of origin. And we see this throughout the world, that larger diaspora networks tend to reduce the costs of trade and increase trade between the country they're in and their country of origin. Diaspora can also be consumers and marketers of services from countries of origin. So the examples I've got given, we recently worked with Georgian diaspora to promote the packaging industry within Georgia. And this Georgian diaspora created opportunities to go to trade fairs and to link with potential clients in Germany. This was just in September of this year. More recently, in the case of Ukraine, we look more at services because there's such a challenge in goods exports during crisis situations. There are greater opportunities potentially for export of services that don't require the infrastructure that you would need for goods export. And in fact, we just today got a report from Facebook that does seem to indicate that of the industries in Ukraine that have some, to a certain extent, bounced back in recent months, the major one is professional services, because there isn't that sort of attachment to infrastructure to it that's required for other types of commerce. But in this case, we've partnered with Upwork to create remote work opportunities for displaced Ukrainians. And one way that we would hope to work with Diaspora is to be able to market and create opportunities for these individuals to link with clients internationally online. I know Katya will talk more about that. And the final point is on Diaspora skills and knowledge. So it's not just about money, it's not just about business networks, it's not just about investment. Diaspora obviously have a variety of skills and knowledge that can be leveraged in order to provide support in humanitarian situations, but also in development situations. So IOM works to match diaspora with the needed skills with relevant institutions for partnership in the country of origin in order to create those linkages between supply and demand of skill. We coordinate either virtual or temporary return. In the bottom right corner, I've got a video of an example of virtual return, where we identified Armenian diaspora in the health sector who had experience dealing with COVID patients. This was in the early months of COVID, and we linked them with experts in the Ministry of Health of Armenia online so that they could talk about specific cases and give them advice in terms of how to deal with cases and how to triage. So just an example of how virtual cooperation can work in skills and knowledge sharing. But we also do, as I said, temporary return, where individuals come back physically to the country for a matter of weeks or months in order to share their skills and their knowledge. But we always, as mentioned before, aim to promote sustained cooperation. So it's not just a one-off interaction, but we use this in order to create and leverage institutional cooperation between the institutions that the diaspora member works for and the institutions in the country of origin. And just to note that where this is most often done is in the fields of health, governance, and education. That's where we found these types of skills sharing programs tend to work best. So in conclusion, and I want to pass the floor to Katya quickly, there are, I think, a lot of opportunities for both low intensity and high intensity cooperation between diaspora and IOM as we move forward. So what we would like to do is identify all those opportunities and the level of willingness of different diaspora to engage, so that we're able to leverage all these different types of cooperation. There are opportunities to bring diaspora collaboration into existing IOM programming in Ukraine, and vice versa. We can look at how IOM might be able to link up with diaspora-led initiatives in order to add value there as well. We know that for success and sustainability, what's absolutely critical is to bring in perspectives and interests of diaspora and local partners on the ground in Ukraine. So this is really what we're trying to do, to make sure that we're listening to the interests, the opportunities, and the concerns of diaspora and of local partners so that we can create the best match and leverage leverage the opportunities for collaboration as best that we can. And I'm going to be quiet now because I am, in fact, eager to see how we can best collaborate with Ukrainian diaspora across the humanitarian and development spectrum, and to hear from all of you in terms of where you see the opportunities are for our collaboration. So without any further ado, I thank you and I pass the floor back to Katya.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your presentation and for your continued support of all Ukraine efforts in this department, and specifically with diaspora engagement. It's really great to be able to employ our global experience, and we always say that there are already a lot of interesting global models that can be adopted and used for inspiration even in Ukraine. With this, I will ask technical support to share the next presentation. And in the meantime, I will actually introduce myself because I think I skipped this part in the beginning. Well, my name is Katya Ardanyan. I work with IAM Ukraine as Migration and Sustainable Development Officer. And my team leads on diaspora engagement initiatives. And we will be very happy to continue communication after this event with all diaspora members. And I think that we share now some ideas. And of course, when we were talking about diaspora engagement in the very beginning of the war, we were saying that we should not be developing diaspora engagement initiatives without diaspora engagement. So we, from the very first days, we thought that we should consult with diaspora and see what is the capacity of diaspora, what's the interest of diaspora to engage. But in my presentation, I will, because I think that not everyone is familiar with IAM and our work in Ukraine, I will not go in depth, but I will just try to give an understanding of the scope of the projects we implement in Ukraine nowadays, and that there is really a little bit for everyone. We work in very different spheres. So can we go to the next slide, please? I don't know. Do I have control of the slides? Okay. So yeah, this is a map of where we work in Ukraine, and I think it's quite evident that we work all around the country, and we work in very different spheres, from provision of humanitarian support, so-called non-food items program, to water and sanitation, to mental health and psychosocial support, to livelihoods assistance, health. All these programs we cover through. Next slide, please. Through our currently 10 offices in Ukraine, and as Stephen mentioned, more than 500 staff and 50 implementing partners. We really do try to work where the needs are the biggest. I think that Kherson, which is the most recent example, as soon as Kherson was liberated, IAM to send humanitarian aid to the city to support the population. In general, since the beginning of the war, we have provided assistance to. This is the data from beginning from late October. I think by now it's almost 2 million people. And reached people through, as I said, absolutely different programs. We supported those who are victims of trafficking or potentially victims of trafficking through direct assistance. We have provided shelter support, which means repairing, helping refurbishing temporary accommodation facilities, helping to refurbish accommodation of IDPs, site management and support to local authorities with managing those temporary accommodation facilities for IDPs, health with mobile clinics and with sending medicine to different parts of Ukraine, mental health and psychosocial support, and this is something I will touch upon later, but it's self-explanatory, right? This is something that we all actually need now, and we see in our beneficiaries how traumatic this experience is, and how much the mental health and psychosocial support is needed. The water sanitation and hygiene, where we help repairing water towers and pumps and installing new equipment for clean water, potable water to be available to all Ukrainians all around the country. And of course, support, livelihood support, which hopefully will eventually decrease aid dependency and create more sustainable income for Ukrainians through decent employment, through different income generation opportunities, through support to enterprises. I will speak about all of this a little bit later in my presentation. Can we go to the next slide? And in the meantime, I wanted to also say that we will have question and answer session right after this one. If you already have questions to Michael and his presentation, you can already start putting them in the chat, and then we'll go through them right after my presentation. And same goes for my presentation. If you have questions that come up during my presentation, please do put them in the chat. So I broke different ideas for cooperation with Diaspora in 3 blocks. And as I said in the very beginning, this is nothing cast in stone. This is something that we've already done or think can be well fitting, but we do want to hear voice of the diaspora. We do want to have consultations with diaspora before we move forward and before we expand our diaspora engagement. But the first one is, I think, very simple and very straightforward: financial support. Next slide, please. And I'll explain this on the example of cash-based interventions. So IOM runs a very substantial cash support program in Ukraine. We have already provided cash assistance to more than 125,000 people, and distributed or planning to distribute in the nearest days $50 million in cash and it's multi-purpose cash, so people can choose themselves how to spend it across 9 regions, and that includes all the newly accessible areas. For us, it's one of the very important types of support, as it perfectly corresponds to the biggest need that we see. In the end of the slide, in the bottom of the slide, you can see graphs from our survey among displaced population on the needs that they face. And over 5 rounds, and we had 10 rounds, so it's actually accurate, over 10 rounds, since the very beginning, cash has been mentioned as the biggest need. And as the war progresses, we see that the people mentioning cash as the biggest need, the number just increases. This is something that we also plan to use for different modalities: cash for rent, cash for livelihoods, to expand it to different needs that the people have. And our cash program is largely funded by international donors through international technical assistance or through humanitarian programs. But next slide. We have run a donation campaign, a very simple donate at IOM.int button where you can choose how much you want to donate. And the campaign is still running, and it was run from practically the very first days of the war. And the proceeds from this campaign, this is the donation money are spent only on operations, so we do not spend them on staff office administrative costs. So everything we collected through donation, practically everything went to the cash program. Small portion went to livelihood support, but I would say 98% of the cash collected went to the cash support. And this is again something simple, something that is very understandable how it can work. And eventually, both Roman Vashuk and his speech and Michael before me were mentioning investment mechanisms, and I practically have already a blister on my tongue of repeating how important this investment mechanism for diaspora is in Ukraine. And I do hope that eventually we will progress from the donation campaigns and crowdfunding campaigns to investment, where we will also be granting opportunity for diaspora who want to support the country but not always has opportunity to donate, to also invest and receive returns on their investments, while their investments will be used to reach social good in Ukraine. Next slide, please. The next session is skills and skills transfer, or knowledge and knowledge transfer. Next. And that is where we are just going into more developing what we can do. Can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So, and as an example here, I would like to speak about 2 of our programs. One of them is mental health program, mental health and psychosocial support, MHPSS program, where, as I said, it's one of the big needs that we see on the ground, even if people don't necessarily immediately say, I need psychological health. It's something that you see, and we never impose psychological help, but we always make it available. We have supported almost 16,000 people with mental health and psychosocial support, providing psychological consultations through mobile clinics or through the hotline. We are training on psychological first aid, organizing different events for family and children, trips, arts and crafts, just time where people can relax a little bit, unwind, distract themselves. We are also supporting the capacity building and trainings for Ukrainian specialists in Lithuania. And we do place our priority in community-based initiatives, partnering with, for example, First Lady Olena Zelenska on MHPSS Helping Skills and focusing our activities again in all over Ukraine where such help might be needed. So this is one program, just keep it in mind while I'll speak a little bit about our next program and then link it how diaspora can be engaged through knowledge and skills transfer. Next slide, please. The next program is transition and recovery, where, well, as an example of what this program does, we can give an example of support provided to veterans and families of veterans to reintegrate veterans in the civilian life, and also support to youth empowerment. When we speak about veterans, again, it's very much one of the needs that is already quite pronounced in Ukraine, and it will become higher as the number of veterans increases. I think that the estimate that we recently heard is that there will be like 5 million veterans by the end of the war in Ukraine, and we know that there will be a lot of need connected to reintegration into civilian life, employment, re-employment, family therapy, community relationship, a lot of this needs. So these 2 programs are a very good example where diaspora skills and knowledge can actually be helpful. Could we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. And that's how we see diaspora can be engaged, how it was already engaged. From the very first days of the war, I am engaged mental health and psychosocial support professionals identified through diaspora, among diaspora members, to provide counseling through the hotline, as well as support displaced and conflict-affected populations. We already saw that Ukrainian diaspora abroad, and that's where we will be very happy to connect Ukrainian diaspora to our offices in neighboring countries, where Ukrainian diaspora is engaged in fostering social cohesion, helping with integration of the newly arrived IDPs, reinforcing the solidarity and helping women in vulnerable situation, victims of gender-based violence, victims of human rights abuses. And this is some experience that we can expand in transfer, also in Ukrainian reality. And if you have needed skills, we'll be very happy to work with you individually and to connect you to the needs in Ukraine in this regard. We also see that diaspora can be further involved as volunteers to provide emotional support, like be a pen pal, probably a long forgotten word, but something that children in Ukraine will still need, something that can be help learning language, but at the same time just finding new friends abroad, mentoring and matching the professional skills of diaspora with the needs that we see of Ukrainians. And again, that can be perfectly applied to the veterans reintegration program and mentoring and coaching in the process of reintegration in civilian life. It's something that would be invaluable for thousands of Ukrainians, as well as tutoring Ukrainian children in different disciplines. This is something that definitely will be needed, and we will be very happy if we can be that bridge connecting Ukrainian diaspora with the needs that we see in this regard. And now the last one, can we go to the next slide? So back to this, sorry, I forgot about this slide. So if you want, no, back to the donate your expertise, next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. So if you got interested and you want to donate your expertise, you want to donate your skills, we are running a roster at iDiaspora. Well, this site is clickable, so there is a link connected to it. So when we will be sharing the presentation, you will also get a link to iDiaspora roster, where you can register. It's a very short questionnaire. Practically, we need to know a little bit more about you, your skills, your CV, or short description of what you do and where you are, and we will be in touch with everyone individually to connect your skills to the needs that we see in Ukraine. And now the next slide. And yeah, and that's the last example that I want to give is, again, when we step away from just financial donations, diaspora is a huge resource through its networks and possible connectivity. Next slide, please. And even if you have already exhausted your resources, you still can support by connecting Ukrainians to the countries where you currently live. So, and then here I want to give two examples, both from the program that I manage. One is on enterprise development, with the support of German Development Bank, KfW, and the German government, the same supporters who fund the conference today. We do run a large-scale enterprise development program in Ukraine. We started the program end last year, but we properly started it this year with the beginning of the war, and we are supporting war-affected enterprises. And we plan to support more than 700 enterprises with grants ranging from 4,500 euros to 20,000 euros. We have already provided grants to 100 enterprises, more than 100, and we have already shortlisted more than 250, honestly speaking, more than 300 for the next round. We are also providing consultancies and other types of support. And yeah, you can see a picture of the Ukrainian cheese snack producers who, with the support of our grant, they are relocated from Kharkiv to Mukachevo. And with support of our grant, they have purchased materials for their production, as well as solar panels, because as you all know, the energy situation in Ukraine is quite dire, and this winter is promising to be difficult. So solar panels will allow them to continue their productions uninterrupted. And yeah, and this is one example. We have more than 100 of such examples nowadays, and we will have more than 700 of such small and medium enterprise, small and micro enterprises supported very soon. And they all create job places in Ukraine, so it's a very good connection to sustainability, to recovery, to decreasing again dependency on aid, and creating the future for Ukraine. And next slide, please. And the second initiative is something that Michael already mentioned, our partnership with Upwork. We identified 70 Ukrainians who lost their income because of the war, who were displaced or otherwise affected by the war. We have trained them on how to be successful at Upwork. And they all are registered as freelancers in Upwork, working in completely different spheres, from design, architecture, video editing, photo editing, accounting, translation, and they all are trying to build their income through this online platform, and they all need support. And in general, I've checked, there are thousands and thousands of Ukrainians registered at Upwork, for some of whom it might be the main or the only source of income. And these two programs are my illustration of how Diaspora can help through their networks and through their connections in the countries where they are now. Can we go to the next slide, please? So one of them is, again, mentorship and support. And if you are a business coach, or if you are a marketing specialist, or if you are a human resource specialist, we will be very happy to connect you to the businesses, to the small businesses that we support in Ukraine, for maybe a few hours of your time, mentoring them on how they can be more productive. And we have already established very similar cooperation with a Ukrainian crisis center in Ireland, and Mikhailo will be speaking in the next session. But it's just also through this Diaspora organization in Ireland, we have connected our beneficiaries to the Guinness Enterprise Center that is currently training them and providing much needed knowledge, because again, finances are important, but finances are not everything, and knowledge and mentorship and support can be equally important. The second way is linkages to the new markets. And speaking practically, we see a lot of Ukrainian businesses interested in export and interested in starting export, which might be very difficult to enter new markets. And this is again where we see that Diaspora can play a tremendous role connecting Ukrainian entrepreneurs to the markets in their country through creating the demand, through, as Laura Polishuk from Nazovny was mentioning before, generating the demand and showing Ukrainian products in their current countries abroad, to build the reputation of Ukraine as a country that is not only a country of war, but it's also a producer, and it's a producer of quality goods that can be purchased. To inviting Ukrainian producers to business fairs and expos in your countries. And again, in the next sessions, we will have Zoya from the Italian Diaspora Organizations UAME, who is already bringing Ukrainian entrepreneurs to the expo in Milan, and we have recommended a few of our beneficiaries to participate. So I hope that Zoya will also be able to speak a little bit more about such initiatives. And finally, the last one is just simply generating demand for Ukrainian products and services. As I said, we have supported over 70 Ukrainians to build their freelance careers through Upwork. So if you need to edit your photo or to you need help with the translation, and you still will be ordering the services, order them from Ukrainian freelancers or recommend your friends, share through your networks that there is such opportunity. And to this end, can we go to the next slide? Okay, I think I missed probably one. Can we go to the next slide after other initiatives? No, okay. So, okay, sorry, I think I missed the link, but I will add it to the presentation I will be sharing with you. So again, we are starting the campaign promoting Ukrainians at Upwork, and I will be linking you to how, if you want to order services from Ukrainian freelancers, how you can do it easily, or how you can share this information through your circles with your networks. And okay, in summary, since I see that we are already over time, a short summary: register at iDiaspora so we will know more about you, stay in touch, and buy from Ukrainians. That is in essence my presentation. And I think now we can go to questions and answer session. I think the first question that I see in the chat is for the Michael. Michael, it's a question from Martin Russell. I think Michael was spot on about the importance of organizations like IAM and others as brokers of sorts to act as a distribution system to trusted partners locally for diaspora communities. While I appreciate a lot of the immediate work is project-based and so on, do the speakers have any reflections on how we build that brokerage into the mid and longer term too, as well as a type of investment that organizations like IAM, for example, would require to achieve that? Michael, would you like to take it from more IAM organizational point of view, and then I will add maybe from Ukraine specifically?
I mean, I'll be very brief because I know we're already over time, and it's a very challenging question that Martin asked, actually, which requires, I think, more time to talk about, which I'm happy to do. I would say that, I mean, yes, IOM is a projectized organization, which makes it challenging to create these sort of sustainable models are needed in order to link diaspora with communities in countries of origin as and when the opportunities come up and as it's needed. What we have been doing is using the existing programs that we have. I mean, the project that Katya is referring to is not a diaspora engagement project, but we're making sure that we're leveraging diaspora within the programs that we have on economic development or reconstruction in Ukraine. So it's really about mainstreaming it into our broader work as IOM, which we can do to a certain extent through our projectized format. But in the longer term and from a broader institutional perspective, I think we do need sort of core funding in order to be able to scale this and be able to more easily replicate from country to country. And I think iDiaspora, which Larissa, who's on this call as well, manages, is a good example of the types of institutional programs that we can start to run in order to be able to, as I said, scale and maintain a level of diaspora engagement that's needed at a constant level in order to be able to take advantage of these opportunities as they come up. I'll pass it to you, though, Katya.
Yeah, sorry, I had my chat open. Yeah, no, fully agree with, while we are just speaking about creating a dedicated investment mechanism, I think it shouldn't stop us from seeking different types of investments. And again, we have in 2019, we have implemented 1+1 pilot initiative in Ukraine, building on the example of Mexico and later Moldova in attracting additional funding. And 1+1 model was when migrants were co-funding from their savings, starting new businesses in Ukraine. And nothing prevents us from running similar initiatives where diaspora will be one of the ones, and that will be 1+1+1. And I don't know, my math knowledge currently challenged by practically engaging diaspora through different types of investments, even before that proper investment mechanism is established. But as I think I keep repeating, ideally we would move also from different ad hoc one-off projects to a more sustainable, ideally nationally owned diaspora investment mechanism. I see other questions in the chat. Пані Катерина, ця платформа для діаспори в світі або
Katerina, is this a platform for diaspora in the world, or Ukrainians can take part in that? I'm speaking about Upwork. Yes, Upwork is a global platform. You can join it as freelancers or work as the buyers. You can order the services from Upwork.
Responded. Amazing. DMAC is one of the global diaspora emergency organizations active in Ukraine and our partner also globally. Regarding veterans' need for rehabilitation to return to normal life, occupational therapy is very new in Ukraine. Only 12 federations of occupational therapy accredited. Graduated in 2021. Diaspora can assist with mentorship and establishing services. Thank you, Lorraine. I think this is very much in line with what we were thinking about, that we do need diaspora skills to support such programs. Okay. I see then there is correspondence between GIZ and DMAC, and that's, if we are done with the questions, as I think I don't see any new questions in the chat box, I will ask to present, I will present the speakers of our next panel. I will ask for a screen with the names of a speaker for the next panel to help me with the presentation. But I will start with the moderator of the next session. Again, my colleague, Ms. Larissa Lara. Larissa, I hope you're with us and you can hear us. One second. Larissa is a Transitional Communities and Digital Communications Officer. She works in the Department of Program Support and Migration Management in IOM HQ in Geneva. And I think I see Larissa. Yes, Larissa is with us, and she will be moderating the panel. We have representatives of 5 different diaspora groups and 4 countries on the panel. Starting from, I will go in alphabetical order, not to offend anybody, starting from Mikhailo Baskin, who is a head of the Ukrainian Crisis Center in Ireland, Olena Kotseva, head of the Association of Ukrainian Organization of Bulgaria, Mate Ukraina, Katya Malachova, who is founder and chief executive officer, Sunflower of Peace Foundation, United States, Boston-based, if I remember correctly. Mariana Sandulovich, the vice president of Association Italy-Ukraine, based in Bologna, Italy. And Zoya Stankovskaya, who is Association of Ukrainian Youth in Milan, UAMI, Italy. I hope all the speakers managed to join the panel. I see the familiar names. And without further ado, I pass the word to the moderator, Larissa. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be able to moderate this panel, because one of the things we do at IOM, besides what Michael was describing, it's really to empower diasporas, and I think part of it is to really recognize what they are doing and how they do it. So in this session, we're going to learn how they do it. We're going to learn about their best practices, what works now for them, but what they think could be also changed or enhanced to maximize. So we're going to focus mainly on exploring the opportunities, the challenges, and also partnerships, and of course the future area of work that they are going to tell us about. So it's really the time to connect with diasporas, to learn from them, and to recognize them as key actors for development and humanitarian responses. And I'm very happy to start with the introductions. So the first round would be, I will leave the panelists to present their initiatives, their organizations, and whatever they want to share with us at this moment. So Michael, please, also nice to see you again.
Hi, Larissa. Hi, everybody else. I'm the head of Ukrainian Crisis Center here in Ireland, and the main Ukrainian Crisis Center was established as the only after the full-scale war began in Ukraine, but the people who established it was a long time involved in the support of Ukraine and Ukrainian diaspora here in Ireland from 2014, activated. In this sense, was our large focus of our immediate response was to supply the humanitarian aid to Ukraine, which we done successfully. We estimate over 2 million euros aid for we deliver it, we collected and delivered it from Ireland. Our main role is the logistics itself, delivering to Ukraine and distribution to Ukrainian established warehouse on the west of Ukraine in Sambyr with the help of local administration. But as everybody knows, will to help and the ability to help of the general public is wears off, and then immediate crisis is like, even if it's still there, Ukrainians learn how to live with them, how to supply, and we part of trying to provide as much help as possible to Ukraine side, so that we will go in the route supporting Ukrainian economy, supporting the Ukrainian businesses, and we taking small steps, but which they working. Katerina already said we have established a connection, which is with the Guinness Enterprise Center, which is a large network of different organizations which support startups, and they already providing training to Ukrainian. It's chosen through the IOM. And I was with a lot of. Is the introduction or anything else?
Thank you, Michael. Yes, for this first round, I will just ask the panelists to introduce their initiatives, and then we can further unpack. But thank you already for pointing out the great partnership that you have been doing. So we will come back to you potentially with that question to develop. But please allow me to give the floor also to Olena, so she can introduce her work also. And she's working from Bulgaria. Olena, is she online?
Пані Олена з Мати України, чи ви нас чуєте? Sorry, Larissa, I know that Olena had problems with the microphone in the beginning of the event. Let me check with her in WhatsApp if she can hear us, and maybe
we can come back to her then. Then let's go with Katya. who is joining us from the United States.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katya Malakova, and I represent Sunflower of Peace. We are located in Boston, and we actually send we have been existing since 2014, so we have experience in providing medical tactical backpacks. This is like something that we are known for to our donors, but we mainly provide everything that has to do with the medicine. So not just medical tactical backpacks, but also we're working right now on providing bulletproof ambulances, psychological support. We have been given grants to smaller organizations in Ukraine. So we are also a little bit on individual basis, providing radios, helmets, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Katya. Now can we ask Mariana, please, joining from Italy.
Доброго вечора, мене звати Мар'яна, і я із асоціації...
I'm Mariana from the association called Ukraine Bologna. We founded this association in 2010 and worked in two areas. In Italy, we wanted to present our Ukrainian culture in Ukraine. We were helping with the care for disabled children. Last year, we opened the first museum of Ukrainian culture in Italy. Every month, we try to get together our Ukrainians and Italians to present Ukraine as a beautiful and unique culture. And when the war, full-scale invasion started, we started fundraising for Ukraine, collecting assistance. We have dispatched about 35 tons of humanitarian assistance, food, all the necessaries for sustainment, and thanks to Yerolomani, that's Bologna region. We provide for 350 families on a monthly basis. In Chernivtsi region, they're located, provide food, medication, all the necessary things for children to study.
Thank you, Mariana. Now can we give the floor to Soya, please?
Hello, everybody. I'm just wondering if it's better for me to speak English or Ukrainian, because
both are fine. We have a translator. So
okay.
No
so
worries.
I will proceed in English. Okay. So my name is Zoya, and I'm representing the Youth Association of Ukrainians in Milan. We call the name of our association is UAMI. Basically, we were born after the 24th of February as a response, let's say, to the situation. On the first days, the idea been to unite young, powerful, skillful, and maybe, with the new blood, new approaches people. Because normally in Italy, we had associations run mostly by the people of a little bit different, age. So the idea been to engage youth. From the very beginning, what we've achieved till now is that we created I call it as a channel of information through Instagram. We have more than 200 and I think 500 subscribers. Most of them are followers. Most of them are Ukrainians, and I can see it with different initiatives that it's a good channel of communication. So I believe my goal been achieved through this. We become known in Milan because I believe it's quite a unique story that in Milan, the youth, and not only youth, Ukrainians, are on the Piazza Duomo, the main square, each day to make the manifestations against the war in Ukraine. We, from the very beginning, we've been cooperating with the General Consulate in Milan, and we've created a call center for refugees who've been coming from Ukraine. First weeks, even months, it's been very difficult to receive needed help from the municipality or even state authorities, Italian state authorities. So our call center became, in a lot of senses, saving point for Ukrainians who've been able to receive the information in Ukrainian. We've been doing the matching between the hosts, Italian hosts, who've been offering their houses to Ukrainians, and Ukrainians who've been coming because, most of them didn't speak Italian, and that was a problem. So the volunteers who've been working on this call center did both matching and also the information. We've created a website for Italians in Italian because, as you might know, not everybody speaks well English, and a lot of them been asking, okay, how can I help you? So we've created the website listing ways to help Ukraine and Ukrainians, starting from money, humanitarian aid, offering a job to Ukrainian in Italy or especially in Milan, offering courses or offering medical, free medical service, or offering a house. So we created also through this website, we created a database of more than 2,000 offers. On the beginning, it was like a really great tool for us of the information. We've been we came to the General Consulate. They've been already a team who've been working on collecting the humanitarian aid. We were just making, started to collaborate with them, and we do collaborate till now. I believe we also did the representation mission because in a lot of senses, being present in different events and speaking up about Ukraine and our needs is very important. We've been participating in the telemarathons, collecting money through the concerts, because some of the artists are coming to Italy and asking for help to organize the concerts. So we are doing also that one. The last event been made in the cooperation with, I believe, at least 3 associations of Milan, Ukrainian associations in Milan, for the beneficiary dinner of Klopotenko, Yevhen Klopotenko. So these are the things which we are doing, and what is coming is Katja already mentioned in her previous presentation. There will be a big fair here. It's the Artisans Fair. It's a huge event, 5 expo pavilions, more than 1 million people coming through during 10 days to this fair. So we had this idea of creating finally like a Ukrainian representation, bring here Ukrainian artisans and give them the possibility to present their product, to sell it. It's a B2C event. So apart from being just presented, it's also a possibility of direct sales. And that's what we are working on at the moment. In our plans is also to create our fair in the spring period of time. We are now discussing, maybe you know, there is Ukrainian woman, Anna Petrova, with her startup Ukraine accelerator, and we are discussing with her to create here the Ukrainian Innovations Forum to present, Ukraine as innovative country. And here I would say we shouldn't talk only about the IT sphere, but we should exactly show that whatever we do it innovatively. We do discuss, and this is the thing which we would want to make as soon as it's possible, the course to give it the knowledge and opportunity for the Ukrainian women who are in Italy at the moment to create their own business. And so it will be about the women entrepreneurship business, especially targeted to Ukrainians. Anna already launched this course in Denmark, in Sweden, and also she's aiming to do it in Italy. So I hope we're gonna do it. That's more or less what we are doing. If you have any questions, I will be glad to.
Thank you, Soya. That's a great introduction of your work. I do have a question to start the conversation on going on partnerships, since actually Michael started talking about this. Many of you have alluded to the fact that you have created strong connections in the country of residence. So in Italy, in the US, and in Ireland. And I wanted to ask first to Michael, how have you created those partnerships, how effective they are, and what's the impact of creating these linkages with the country of destination, in your case, Ireland? Over to you, Michael. Thank you.
How do we create them? Well, it's probably easiest answers through our works, through our personal relations, through promoting diaspora. To show the strength of diaspora, for example, in Ireland, like in many cases, the on-street events or something, or so we organized. It's that's, we're talking about the promoting of diaspora. What we promoting here, what exactly situation of Ukrainians, why maybe the wave of this it's different to the what we experienced before. We all know, like when they become displaced by the war to different countries, it's different to the normal sort of wave of migrations, because in that situation we are now, all representatives of the society would arrive in the country, like from the business people who escape in the war, and maybe students or just single kids or whoever. Just all the different types of people was affected. When they arrive into the country, and that's and obviously in many cases providing the humanitarian aid, like when you send the message to the Western society, like if the organization or group organization together working on providing a humanitarian aid, it's very important message. People there for the reason they have the idea, and it's a great selection process for the people who can from any part, any side of the society. Like for example, in our case, from Irish people, when they see the response Ukrainians individuals providing to the country or attempting to provide to the country, not always successful or anything, but I think it's the very strong message to any society that there is unity, and everybody everybody value unity, like everybody value united nation which is able to achieve well, in our case, in Ukrainian case, impossible in that stage. Nobody knew the everybody's before the full-scale war. A lot of people in the world, for them was the Ukraine, the Ukraine, the territories there. But now everybody can put names on the faces. They can see where the map, and they clearly can see the difference between dealing with Ukrainians and Russians, like which is very important for the nation itself to be highlighted in that sense. And we have to use this opportunity to promote Ukraine in all spheres, as said, like in the and we're trying in Ukrainian Crisis Center, we're trying to look forward a little bit. If our immediate response was provide humanitarian aid to the civilians and to the people who serve in the army, when we seen that's still providing the help to Ukraine, it's our main goal, but the way of providing the help is changing. Like, some, for example, we don't need to buy any more bulletproof jackets. The all was purchased, donated, delivered, and the people on the ground doesn't have to. We don't have to worry about this anymore. The Ukrainian army man doesn't have enough something to defend themselves, and the fast moving as a war, like fast moving world in general, need to adapt very fast in trying to foresee our issues which distract our operation, like supplying humanitarian aid, or it's the need of or maybe refocusing on some another spheres of the life, like so trying to establish the ways and apply our skills to what could help, like, as a what I'm observing in many situations, like in many countries, in many diasporas, people who leading volunteer organizations, leading new formed organizations, which is explain why it is a new form organization, because the Ukrainian diaspora, for example, in Ireland boosted from 3,000 to 60,000 in the space of 6 months. Like, so that's a huge jump, like, for the small island. 1,000 people arrived on this island last time was with the Vikings in that short term, like, so all society. And then when the representatives of society showing to the government of Ireland, or to the connections in Ireland, to the business connections, friends, Ukrainians, not here only to, it's probably applicable to any diaspora, but I'm talking about Ukrainians not only here to shelter from the war, but they can be developing something new routes in the island for the island economy as well. Like, because, for example, in Ireland, a lot of people realize the Ukrainians are on the first of all on the personal level. They can deal with Ukrainians. They can negotiate, and that's very important. That's very important, and everybody has to. And so they not only representing Ukraine, but Ukraine has the image, and which is positive for the business. And even if talking about when listening early to about how the Ukrainians in general was supporting the economy of Ukraine before. It's one of the markers, probably one of the indicators, if Ukrainians would like to invest in Ukraine on different scale, like, more like supporting your own family or supporting your own small business there, and it's makes Ukraine very sends positive message when the Ukrainians outside of Ukraine investing in Ukraine, knowing the situation there. It sends very positive message to everybody else, to another businesses. It could be invested, and it's only that messages was analyzing the situation, not only the Ukrainians themselves, but like Ukrainian businesses or Ukrainian-owned businesses established in Ireland looking to reinvest back to Ukraine. In Irish businesses as well, like, you know, they exploring the opportunity, they know market, for example, Ukrainian IT market, like, you know, could be very good examples. Everybody knows Ukraine has got good IT. Now everybody knows Ukraine can do the good engineering as well, which was been proven lately as well. And then, so I think it's the big avenue companies out looking to invest in Ukraine because the territory will be, and strong message from Ukrainian defense forces that the country will be safe for the business. We all reading this Ukrainian defense forces doing their job. So I think.
Thank you, Michael. And you're actually pointing out to something very important, which is where to invest, how to invest in all the different phases of the conflict or across the humanitarian development peace nexus. So with that, I will pass the floor to Katya from the Sunflower of Peace Foundation, because I think she would be in a very nice position to share her experience on how to make those differences and how can diaspora support across the whole peace humanitarian development nexus. Because I think, as Michael was saying, it's very important to understand where at the stage of the conflict we are so that we can target better our efforts and diaspora's efforts. Over to you, Katya.
So, Larissa, can I actually retract like, can you please repeat the question? Like,
yes, of course.
Yeah.
So basically, Michael was saying that it's very important to understand the different phases of the conflict, of the conflict. He was saying that now, for instance, it's not important to invest or support the military as it was at the beginning. So if you could just share your experience on how your activities have been supporting the different stages of the conflict and how you see your activities, for instance, in the recovery phase. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. So I mean, yes and no, because it depends, right? Like, for example, like he said, the bulletproof vests may no longer be needed as before. However, this is something that I think communication is key, and communication with the partners on the ground as well, with the leaders, with medics, with volunteers, because you really can always understand their needs, and needs are changing, like you said. However, we have information that a brigade was given 54 bulletproof vests, and when they started trying them out, they actually all had holes in it. So they were not applicable for them to wear, and it was unsafe, and it's almost doing a huge disservice. And that was unfortunately given, those vests were given by the government. And that's why the same with like medical tactical medicine that we are sending constantly. And so we actually developed different levels of backpacks. One level is for highly educated doctors and medics on the front line. Second level is for someone who just had training. It's a little smaller and it's cheaper. So usually one backpack costs us $1,500. And we send backpacks worth of $3 million right now to Ukraine. And it was, I honestly don't see how, I mean, medics still calling us and asking for this specific backpack, medicine, and things that we are providing to them, because simply.
Katya, excuse me. I don't mean, like, you know, not trying to underestimate your job or my job, what we're doing. We still supplying, like, you know, helping as we can, like, you know, we need to start developing the fact that, like, you know, we know that peace will be there. Peace will be there, and
absolutely.
That's
absolutely.
That's
what. Listen, I totally agree with you. We also educate. I think that's what I'm saying, that communication is key, because sometimes we receive like we actually don't work with volunteers, because we actually work with like brigades or medics or hospitals directly, because sometimes we receive calls and saying that, you know, we need the X amount of prescription medication for X and Y and Z hospital. But then there is actually a system for a hospital to apply and get it from the Ukrainian government. Absolutely, that's yeah. So the needs, and that's why you have to be aware of. So we have actually a person who she's a representative of Sunflower of Peace, but she's also a anti-corruption lawyer. So she knows how like all the schemes may work, and so we actually facilitate sometimes or many times. If we receive requests, we let people know where they can get it without us. Where can they get medicine or like prescription medicine or salary even. We actually facilitated between one orphanage and the Ukrainian government when the salaries were frozen in Kherson region and they needed some money. We were able to facilitate and educate them how to actually apply for salary and receive it and receive it. That's why I believe, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like I know, yeah, I think that's what you meant in terms of the development and changes. And as our organization goes, I mean, we constantly think about 5-year plan right now, you know, like we're already thinking about rebuilding. With that said, we do talk to donors a lot and how they see the Ukraine to be rebuilt, and because honestly, for us to exist, we need the funds. And that's why I think we're always trying to get the feedback from them. And we also were able to raise $9 million during this time. And this is something that we came from a 30,000, 40,000 budget organization to all the way to 9 million. So, I mean, yeah, we even had the, I don't know if it's a little bit off topic, but we even had the from big donors questions like, did you hire anyone? do you have like you guys, like we're giving you $1 million a donation, but we don't want to see volunteers. We actually want to see.
That's like I think that challenges you're talking about facing everybody, diaspora, like in Ireland as well. You know, the transformation from small. Rapid expansion of any business would involve, like, you know, different types of skills, like, you know, and I think organizations like IMO very well in position to help to transformation to the parting, like, you know, setting up to the standard that used to be, maybe providing training for the leaders organization, for the trainer, like, you know, invent, like, you know, I'll see the role. Not only IMO, like for example, Guinness Enterprise Center, what they doing, they investing in our time, and they know they're helping now, but we establishing the connections, business is gonna start working, and everybody will get their investments back in a, not like they will get the investments back and financial as well. If we continue to promote Ukrainian export, that's the way I'm seeing it. Like, you know, that's a real challenge for many organizations who rapidly expanded or newly created organization, the transformation process, and then sometimes umbrella of large companies would be very appreciated, like, you know, to pass this through the bureaucratic process, to set up to the standards of the organizations, like, because sometimes that lack of operational it slows down.
Yeah, and that's why I think we should always think about already, like, while we're still receiving donations. However, we saw also, probably all of you saw a huge drop in donations of general public. However, we all have to think right now about sort of 5-year plan. What is next? While working on the immediate needs, I think it's great opportunity to talk about the future as well.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Maybe I will also pass the floor to Mariana in case she also wants to share her experience on her her experience with donors or with collaborations or on the ground. Mariana, also over to you to share your experience and best practices.
Нам пощастило, тому що за 12 років
We were lucky, sorry, because after 12 years of working in Italy, we met lots of organizations and associations. And let me tell you that the biggest helpers were small associations like ourselves. There were many organizations who would ask you what you need, and we can give you some cash, we can purchase what you need, procure what you need. We got a lot of support from people like us, exactly like us. One Italian program provided some information, some footage on us, and that we are helping the refugees thanks to the program, to the show. People started writing to us offering free of charge accommodation for the displaced persons. And when somebody from Ukraine would prefer to go to Italy, we tried to provide accommodation in advance for them not to worry. And thanks to the funds that we received, we could provide food, clothes, and also pay for the medical drugs, so visits to the doctor's office. Well, let's just say that we were mostly helped and assisted by the organizations of our size. That was immediately a direct communication, cutting through all the imaginable red tapes. That was an emergency type of assistance. Quick response.
Thank you, Mariana. And now that we were talking about the future, I would like to ask Zoya, actually, since she's working with the youth, if you have any inputs or best practices on how to better engage and target programs for this younger generation, and how you see the engagement in the response to the next steps, and more thinking about a sustainable way of supporting them. Thank you, Zoya.
Thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, I wanted to, like on the previous also issue, what I've noticed is that a lot of Ukrainian associations are targeted their job to humanitarian aid and to the cultural events, which are normally, even the cultural events was not at like such a great scale. Let's say normally it's like local events, where unfortunately, at least that's what I see in our events. Maybe it's the current situation in other countries, and you would correct me, but oftentimes I see that mostly it's attended still by Ukrainians, while we are trying to make it to the international, targeted to the international community. Where I see the gap instead is that exactly we are not working on developing the business relationships between the country we are in and Ukraine. We are rather working on empowerment of our diaspora here, or Ukrainians in general, and thinking about the building these bridges between people and the country where we are and Ukraine. What I want to develop here is exactly as one of the fields of our activities is exactly the so-called empowerment and integration. And we definitely want to work on the entrepreneurial and the business side. Because I see that, first of all, I can confirm that a lot of, at least Italians, are interested in this, and I believe it will be interesting in any country. If you will go to the municipality of any city, I believe they will be interested on the issue on how to integrate people who are newcomers or who are living here already, and how to use in the best possible way their skills, their knowledge. For us, is what I see, talking about people who are temporarily here, I believe that creating, this kind of experience for them here, giving them additional knowledge, or even maybe they bring here the skills and the knowledge, but they get the experience, they get the understanding. So by creating this, once they come back to Ukraine, and hopefully they will be back to Ukraine, they will bring to Ukraine this knowledge and experience. So I believe it's very important for us to do the events like this. On the business side, I have few things which are kind of like a sense of mind, when we are thinking about what to do, is like one of the things we can promote here, and think not only about promoting the Ukrainian products here, but especially Ukrainian services. Thing which is rarely happening here. I don't know, but once again, I see a lot of differences between, how it works, for example, in the United States, and the support Ukraine is getting in the United States, and how it works in Italy. I absolutely agree with the previous speaker that in Italy, you mostly get the support from small organizations, from like even personal level, like when physical persons are coming for you and offering the help. It's way more difficult to obtain, a huge support, as for example, Katarina been mentioning, they've been getting in the United States. Nevertheless, we should think about common companies. I'm always making this this example of there is a company in Blue in Ukraine. It's a common production between Italy and Ukraine. It's a common business. Or, for example, the Starbucks in Italy, for years they were not they were looking for ways to enter this market. The coffee here is different, and like they've been always facing this problem. So what they did, they collaborated with there is Italian brand and coffees, let's say. I cannot call them, but anyway, Piccini. So they did this collaboration and entered to the market, like kind of in this collaboration. And Italians been like, oh yeah, this is something I know. Okay, we add here Starbucks, but this is something I already know, and it worked perfectly. So this is a great examples of, how should we think of bringing Ukrainian product, which is absolutely unknown here, at least in Italy, how to present it in the way that the person, even maybe the most conservative person, would be still, looking at this product or service. What been already mentioned, I think, by the leader of IOM International, that we Ukrainians at the same time are we can be buyers at the same moment, so we can promote between ourselves. And for example, when we are doing the merchandising for our association, what we are thinking now is that, okay, I can print the t-shirt here in Italy, but what I would rather do, I would make the double effect of that this money. So I will print it in and I will order the design, for example, for the from the Ukrainian I will make it in Ukraine. We will bring it here. We would sell it to here as a marriage, or like mostly as a marriage. And money we are getting, we will be using for our association. So it will be, like additional ways of achieving and it could work in different ways. Ecosystem. Nowadays, we have in Ukraine this entrepreneurship days, and yesterday I've been listening for the online webinar. They've been talking about creating the business ecosystem, and one very, very interesting point I've got from there is that, for example, a lot of Ukrainian producers now are facing the problem with the export. Because it's, for example, if you don't have this stock house, or to get a stock house, it's really economically, difficult for them. So it would be great if we at some point create the platform, or we, facilitate this process and help them maybe to unite their forces, because most of them are small producers. But if they will unite the forces, and we will help them on place, on the ground, to get better conditions, for example, for this contract, or to help with the, with the documents, it can work also as a hub in Europe, for example. If you bring to any European countries, it's way easier to bring the product to any European country. So this things can help, and this is something what we as a diaspora can do. And I think that's okay. We do know the market, and we have the sometimes legal knowledge. Sometimes it's very simple just to have someone to refer to, or just an example, like we've got these free places in this expo, which is coming through the connections. But through the connections we had, maybe even on the personal level here. So that's all the things we can do, just to use our creativity and think how to connect. Because normally, at least in Italy, they first of all obviously have their own interest, and then on the second place they have the interest to help. So connecting these two things, we can do even more, I believe.
Thank you very much, Zoya, for highlighting the role that diasporas have bridging communities, and the innovative aspect that you were describing. It's really, I would say, the way to do it, right? To adapt, know the community of residents, and then with all the skills that diasporas bring, to even bring more to that, and it would be more fruitful. So it was really, really nice to hear the examples you were talking about. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, but I would like to give you one more round to each of the speakers, just to finalize this very interesting panel. So Michael, if you want to share with us a final message, maybe to encourage the rest of the community to keep investing, a final tip that you would like to share with us. Thank you.
I have to unmute myself first. I think it's that discussion has the opportunity to be continued online. And anybody interested in how we was so successful, please contact us, and we share the information how we organize work, how we, for example, how Ukrainian Crisis Center, when we established our next route is the economy. We set up UCCI Club. It's a sort of business support platform here on the base of GEC, which is basically, we know it's working. And a part of the leading through the main organization, we will approach medium businesses in Ukraine, which looking to expand into the European market, bringing a product. And we just happened expo with the beauty show, where we was presenting on their behalf as the business center, as the business support center. We was presenting like machines like for the beauty industry made in Ukraine. And I think the small steps connecting small, it's not small, I mean, not only in the large. The problem with the large, sometimes the problem with the large organization, they need time to operate. Smaller small organization, like say for example, as Ukrainian Crisis Center, can operate faster. Like for us to make decisions lesser process to make a decision, but we was able to, after approach and expressing the interest, then have a good presentation of two Ukrainians brand on the expo, on the beauty show expo, and it's a message from Ukrainian business. The Ukrainian business interested not only in support, but they interested on having hopes like this. For example, like here in Ireland, and they prepare to join, to be a members of it on different levels. Not only they're looking to expand, but they're looking to invest in their expansion as well. And I think markets are, if you look at the markets, a lot of niche which could be like, and I think we establish somewhere the products, and we can hope, like, to unite our forces to sometimes could be not applicable for Irish market, it could be applicable for American market, and I think the communication is the key as well. Like, have the platform to communicate is great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michael, for these final remarks. Katia, over to you.
I'll try to be quick. Well, something that I learned during this time: before you run, learn how to walk. And that's something that I think if many people here have their own organization, the best advice I got from one of the advisors that we have is work on your back office before scaling up, meaning that accounting should be in order, attorneys, laws. If you have a strong back office, you can do a lot of amazing, great, big things that will make a difference, and that, first of all, will make sure that your organization will survive 20 years from now, because I hope that's the goal for everyone. And be transparent. So what that means is always have communication with your donors and the reports, even if and make sure that you get those reports from Ukraine on the ground, even if it's very hard. Like I think that, again, communication and transparency is key. And that will just help you to make a huge difference in years to come in Ukraine. And I think like for us, since we are all nonprofit organizations here, I think we have to make sure that we always communicate to our donors, because they are the key for us to make that difference in Ukraine. And people love when they have that communications back from us.
Absolutely.
And another piece, I think, I don't know, we noticed this after we actually hired an executive director who helped us to talk to our volunteers. I don't know if you guys struggled with that, but obviously if at the beginning of the war, we all full-heartedly had a lot of volunteers, now people got tired, people have their own families and responsibilities. Something that we gave out to our volunteers, like main key volunteers, not to lose them, acknowledgement and appreciation, and we actually gave them titles. I think that made them feel very important, and we actually keep them in the house. They're not getting tired of that. So that's maybe just I don't know, like a tip for some of you.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think acknowledgement is very important also for sustainability. I will pass the floor to Mariana for her final remarks. Thank you so much, Katia.
Моя порада – це єднатися.
My advice is to unite. In the recent time, we've seen that during the war, a lot of new associations sprang up, and to be honest, it is difficult to understand why. Because, for example, in Bologna, we have our association, there are two more associations, and it happens like that everywhere in Italy. I know a lot of cases like that. I don't understand what's the point of why not unite the efforts. why try doing something yourself? Because if you see an organization there, maybe this person thinks, I want to help this organization, I provide financial support to it. But when the person sees a lot of organizations, she starts doubting, okay, how can I choose the best one? Yeah, so we're making things more complicated this way. I think this is it. We need to cooperate. We need to work all together. And of course, we need better communication with other diaspora organizations, just like we are discussing now with many places in the world.
Thank you, Mariana. Absolutely agree. Structured and collaboration is very, very important, again, for that sustainability that we have been discussing. Finally, Soya, the final remarks from your side and advice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm absolutely agree about the point of, I even wrote to myself, the collaboration. And like the unity is also good to answer the question why some people are opening new organizations, because from the very first days of the full-scale war, I was saying like, let's unite, you know. But what I see is that different people sometimes have different approaches. These different approaches sometimes lead to certain conflicts inside the organizations. So to avoid them, if you from the very beginning see that, okay, you have different approach, for example, you can create a separate organization. That's absolutely fine. I don't see a problem here. I would still prefer to have, you know, bigger, and that's why I'm talking from the beginning, you know, different key activities, let's say. So it can be different, you know, activities combined within the same organization. But at the same time, even if it's a separate organization, I call everybody, you know, on collaboration. What we are, you know, I see that when we are collaborating, even in Milan, because in Milan we have at least 4 organizations, Ukrainian organizations, associations, they call it. When we collaborate, we have completely different outcome. So this is definitely, you know, very important to have this collaboration, networking. I very like the point of Katya about the planning. And this is something what rarely happens within the associations, and especially this kind of associations which were born occasionally because of the event. And that's why most of them are, you know, disappearing as the event, you know, is finished, let's say. What we see even now, considering that the war takes more time than anybody of us expected, is exactly that the volunteers become less and less active. So planning trainings about the engagement. By the way, we are now with one Ukrainian psychologist who is here and who is working with normally with the business psychology, are planning the training to activate again people here. And thinking about of the box, because as I said, there are things which we know how to do and we are doing them good and they are important, but there are still things where we have the gaps. So thinking of the box is really needed.
Thank you so much, Soya, for those final remarks. I think we learned a lot. If I can just take 3 key messages, it would be definitely, as Martin was pointing out, the power of networking, the power of organization and structure, and then the power of elevating and connecting with even not only, I would say in your case, Soya, because I'm looking at you in my screen, but Ukrainians in Italy, but even go beyond the borders, because at the end of the day, Ukrainians are all over the world, and the diaspora can connect with the diaspora across the globe.
Yeah,
So,
sorry to interrupt you. At this point, I actually forgot that I wanted to say thanks to the IOM, because I've been also asking the General Consulate here to do the connection, because you've been the first, yeah, like your organization, but the first to connect Ukrainian associations in Italy and now worldwide. And this is like amazing what you're doing, and it's very important. And thank you, like from the bottom of my heart, for this initiative and for the fact that you are connecting us in this way. Absolutely agree that it's important.
Thank you so much. I will pass the word to my colleague, Katerina, because I know we run out of time, but thank you. It was such a pleasure to learn from you.
Thank you so much, participants of the panel discussion. Thank you so much for moderating, Larissa. Indeed, excellent discussion, excellent insights, and a lot of notes and things to take in consideration for future. We do run out of time. I'm sorry, but I will have to suggest to sacrifice the break and go into the breakout sessions from here. I think, again, since it's an online event, if you need 5 minutes break, you can practically take it anytime, just switch off your camera, we will not notice. So I will try to explain the rules for the breakout sessions. And sorry, it is a little bit complicated because we made it our purpose to ensure that the interpretation is provided in each breakout session. And unfortunately, we cannot do it through one session in Zoom. So when you were registering, you had to choose, do you want to participate in a breakout session on humanitarian response or on economic recovery? Those who want to participate in the session on humanitarian response, please stay in this room. You don't need to move anywhere. We have Rafael Robelin, who is a senior program coordinator for operations with IAM Response, Recovery and Resilience, and who represents a lot of our humanitarian programs implemented in Ukraine. She will be moderating the first group. She is already online and she will stay with you for this discussion. And later the second group will rejoin this group. Now for the second group, those who want to participate in a session on economic recovery, my colleague Anastasia has just posted a link in the chat for the breakout room number 2, what we can do for economic recovery. Please exit this main room and follow to the session. And then I suggest we take 30 minutes for a discussion in a breakout room. And I will ask my colleague Anastasia to be a timekeeper for the breakout session number 2, and my colleague Christina to be a timekeeper for breakout session number 1. And then in 30 minutes, we will reunite in this one plenary discussion for breakout session, room session number 2. Do not worry, we will post the link in the chat for the room where we will again reunite for the plenary. I'm really sorry again about this complication. And if there are any questions on how breakout room session function, please ask now. If there are no questions, I will be moderating the breakout rooms number 2, what we can do for economic recovery, and I will see the participants there, and then everybody in half an hour at 7 p.m. Ukraine, 6 p.m. Central European time, and I think it will be 11 a.m., but I might be mistaken about the US time, EST time. Sorry if I'm messing up the time zone. See you again in this room. Thank you very much for participation, and let's go to the discussion.
Katarina and colleagues, can you hear me? Okay, so Katya, I think we're good to start the group. I'm just trying to see if everybody is still here for the group. Okay, hi, Roberta.
Hi, Rafael. Nice to see you.
Hi. Okay, so great to see everyone. Okay, so hi everyone. And first of all, to introduce myself, and Katya already introduced. So I'm the senior program coordinator looking for the operation for crisis and post-crisis in Ukraine, and I will be the moderator for this session, and we have about 25 minutes. So before we start, and just to set a bit the scene for this group, we're very much looking at how we can further discuss together any specific partnership opportunities to respond to Ukraine. So what are the opportunities and what are the general challenges for such cooperation? So to organize a bit the group, I will, breaking down in terms of 3 questions that I will be typing actually here, so to make sure we all dedicate the time and engage in the discussion. So the first question would be, so based on the discussion already before, would be in terms of looking at what type of partnership can, in your opinion, strengthen the work, the diaspora work to support Ukraine, in particular in the current situation with the crisis that is faced. As we know, we have about 6.5 million people displaced. We have the energy crisis. We have winter. We had the first snow today, as a matter of fact. And how do you think, what level of partnership and type of partnership can be made to engage, in particular with the diaspora organization? That would be the first point. Then the second one would be also to gather opinions and, a chorus and a discussion about the priorities for the future, the 6 to 9 months. And then last but not least, we would like to explore a bit the challenges and obstacles to foster the partnership between the diaspora groups and other organizations. So once again, we're very much looking at the current humanitarian setting, the current humanitarian crisis, and how we can maximize those capacities. So let me just type those questions already here, and if anyone would actually want to start the discussion, the floor is yours. Okay, so I don't see any hands unless Roberta, you would want to start and to steer a bit or initiate some questioning.
Yeah,
about this
I can break the ice. I like to do that. So, but I don't want to take, the floor, because obviously it would be great to hear directly from our Ukrainian diaspora organization representatives here about, what. How partnership can strengthen the work they're already doing and what type of partnerships we are looking at. And I think maybe here also to kind of facilitate a bit the thinking around this question is like, maybe what do we mean by partnerships? Because there are different degrees of capacities, organizational structure of different diaspora organizations and different degrees of operational capacity on the ground. So I think, there are different ways in which partnership can support the work that your organizations are already implementing. So, for example, do you already have a network of other diaspora organizations that are working either from the same country of residence, or they are working in the same area in Ukraine that you meet with regularly, and what type of support you give to one another at the peer level? Is there any cooperation or communication that you undertake with actors on the ground? Probably the answer is yes, but it would be good to hear more about, how do you cooperate with local actors, both private and public? And then another aspect that we saw is very helpful is, do you get what type of capacity you receive on the ground, or what kind, and then maybe, if you don't receive any, we can discuss that under the challenges piece, like later on. But so I think here the invite is to think about partnership in a broad way, what connections, what coordination, or what communication, information sharing can help the work you're already doing. And and which one you're already undertaking, and you can describe here, or which one you would like to undertake and that you didn't have the opportunity to. And then obviously joint operation, if you already do something together with other actors, that would be, also a very concrete example of partnership. So I just think, my invite is to break down the concept of partnership in different components based on your current situation and needs.
Thank you so much, Roberta. Yuri, I see that your hand is raised. I think you're on mute.
Ah, merci beaucoup, Robeline. Je pense que tu parles français, ou que vous parlez français depuis votre prononciation un peu d'origine française, mais nous restons avec l'anglais. Thank you very much generally to the IOM for having this event. It's very important and never too tired or too few meetings for networking, for sharing the experience, and generally it's all about the coordinating the whole issue diaspora, especially under such background as the war in Ukraine. Sorry, my son is crying in the background, and sometimes it reflects me, so don't be surprised. What I would like to mention, my name is Yuri Didovich, and I'm working for the German program that is commissioned by the German government and has the title Program Migration and Diaspora. So it would not be fair if I would say I'm representing the diaspora organization or the Ukrainian diaspora in Germany. To some extent, I'm sitting on two chairs. I am Ukrainian diaspora in Germany, a very small centpiece of Ukrainian diaspora in Germany. But on the other hand, I'm dealing with this as other colleagues with the topic of migration from the edge of diaspora, some kind of a little bit with a professional illness, so to say. So that's why, don't get me wrong, I would say what kind of picture I received being 2 years in Germany and reflecting on Ukrainian diaspora. Germany has 16 federal states, federal parts, and I'm living in one of them. But there are, to my mind, general tendencies, general bullet points that combine the whole diaspora in Germany. And this is that there are lots of many, so that's why I'm some kind of surprised to see that there are only a few people from Germany, like Natalia Butich from Hanover. Other people I don't know, but so if they are from Germany, but generally there are lots of small, middle-sized NGOs which are dealing with secondly, which they are dealing with small, middle-sized or middle-term sized projects with counterparts and among themselves. Thirdly, there is a demand on coordination, because as President Tater said, there are lots of, especially from Italy, there are lots of small projects, lots of organizations are being founded during a short amount of time, and because probably of the demand, probably of other issues, but at some point they are starting to search for a cooperation. So a coordination mechanism, especially if it is data-based, for example, how many, like we have the last information from the Federal Ministry of Federal Employment Service in Germany was like there are about 2 million of Ukrainians being registered in Germany. Yeah? So having 8 million of Ukrainians outside Ukraine, about which amount of migrant organizations we are speaking. So mapping, that's why I was very interested in this event. So about mapping, yeah, to know the number-oriented or number-driven approach, to what extent we need this coordination mechanism. Do we have 2, 3 organizations or 5? Definitely we need a coordination mechanism, but the amount, the size of these organizations tells us with which approach should we go to this coordination mechanism. So I would say mapping. So there are many organizations, small, middle-sized. There is demand on mapping and coordination mechanism among them. Yeah, so the last 2 points are very essential. So somehow to allow a structure or a platform or communication platform, communication structure. Till now, I'm regarding many Facebook groups or other social media groups. They are trying to communicate with each other, to share the information, and it's like they're crossing the info flows. They are crossing itself, and a good coordination mechanism would be structural, with a good structural added value to this, and with a big benefit on the other end by the peer organization, or in Ukraine itself. If we are speaking about, for example, humanitarian aid or or general, either it is humanitarian aid towards Ukraine, either it is remittances from abroad to Ukraine, either it is donations or investments from abroad, from diaspora to Ukraine, or even, as it was also mentioned, the third layer, knowledge transfer. Yeah, so the knowledge is also a value, like money, like physical object. Yeah, so physical objects, humanitarian aid, financial aid, and knowledge. These 3 values can be transformed to Ukraine, and through this coordination mechanism, we can bring peers. So so somebody, or the universum could bring the peers better together for the fulfilling of the projects. That is my impression from the diaspora flows in Ukraine, but please don't knock me on the wall with this information. So, and I'm representing, like, on the one side the project, program Migration and Diaspora, and we are dealing directly with Ukrainian diaspora in Germany. So, like, giving diaspora tools how diaspora could, because we are running till the end of the project in June 2023. So we are in the evaluation phase, but we provided tools with which Ukrainian diaspora could faster the knowledge transfer and development-oriented, development-driven approach in their engagement in Ukraine. And on the other share, I'm the Ukrainian who labor migrated in August 2020 to Germany, to Hessen. Previously, I spent 5 years in Germany studying at the Law University in Bavaria. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the contribution. And I think those are extremely valuable. So when looking at the coordination mechanism that are geared towards channeling assistance, ensuring information sharing as well, and I assume as well, best way to also make sure that in a meaningful, or let's say streamlined manner, then the support can be channeled. So that's what I'm taking. And actually, I would like then to explore. I mean, obviously, it requires the database and the registration and the mapping of organization, but also some maybe pre-understanding of like some level of partnership as well. So if you do the mapping in particular the country where the diaspora organizations are, and also with the functioning. You'll need to have some partnership as well for, also some project for some support as well, I assume, at the Ukraine as well, not to channel those. Is it what you would be recommending, or am I misreading it? I also saw that Daria as well, you had your hand raised, but maybe Yuri and then Daria.
Thank you. Merci, Mademoiselle Robelin. I think whatever approach you take, there is no wrong decision. My personal input from the cost of efficiency point, I would even say I haven't seen we have millions of applications on the mobile phones, but I haven't seen no one application about diaspora. So just simply developing an application for a smartphone, there is a Ukrainian consulate application like Druk. They are counting Ukrainians abroad, but it's an official one. But for example, developing an application for a handy could allow people freely giving their data that you mentioned. Of course, it will not be like 100% correct, because some profile would give us this amount of information, the other, but nevertheless, you will know how many people are living in this area, are engaging themselves in this sector, for example, care sector, if we are talking about global care chains. Yeah? So for example, how many women, we know that this migration from Ukraine to the war migration, in the negative sense, are mostly taken women and children. And the women, they are trying to somehow to settle down and to proceed with to educate themselves with local communities, etc., etc. But the possible spheres of engagement are care sector, educational sector, like in schools, primary schools, hospitals, cleaning spheres, IT, whatever. And after filling this app out, it's due to the terms of reference during the development of this application. After that, you can develop a profile of Ukrainian diaspora from this application. And I wonder why no IT freak haven't developed it yet. Yeah, but thank you, you got me right.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful and very interesting. Daria, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, it's very nice to see all of you here. My name is Daria. I am Emergency Response Officer with DMAC. Since first of all, I would like to address Yuri's question, the ideas about data. So first of all, DMAC in the beginning of the war, we made a research paper, real-time review how diaspora actually respond to the crisis. I can share the link. So it was like a real-time review on how different what kind of organization, because diaspora organization as well different, yes. So some of them were established in 2014, someone like 30 years ago, someone was created just when the war started. So they're as well different, volunteer-based, so they're quite different. And about the platforms, it's already exists some platforms where the mapping and for example, even Diaspora, they have different diasporas. If you go there, you can see the different organization. Or Global Ukraine, actually, it's also our good partners with DMAC. So they also have mapping. They put diaspora organization on their website. I would really recommend you to go and look, so you can find some information there. and about coordination. So basically, DMAC, if we just translate it, it's a Diaspora Emergency Action and Coordination. So from the beginning of the war, me and my colleague Dina, who you met today, who is in Ukraine, we were hosting weekly coordination meeting with diaspora organization globally. So the idea was to introduce them into the cluster system in Ukraine and bring, because we know that diaspora organization, most of them, they're volunteer-based organizations. They don't have time to participate in all meetings, in all clusters meetings. It's quite a burden for them. So our idea was to be a link for them, to bring all the information we could get. So we were participating in all clusters as much as we could, as much as resources will allow us to participate and bring this information for diaspora. So like we are a bridge between like traditional institution, humanitarian actors and diaspora. So it's one thing about information. And second, I mean, we still continue to bring some, so we are contacting them. So what is valuable for diaspora organization in terms of partnership, it's to set the partnership with local organizations. And it's what we are constantly doing with setting the partnerships and introducing. So every week or bi-weekly, we bring some local NGOs from Ukraine. And recently we had our workshop in Warsaw 3 weeks ago, when we had like diaspora organization as well as local NGOs. So this was a platform like for them to learn about each other, because sometimes diaspora organizations, they bring a lot of humanitarian work, aid to the country, and then so they don't know what happens after sometimes, yes? And this also important bridge between local context and diaspora organization in their own countries to learn about processes and rules and yeah, sometimes diaspora organization, they people like moved, like old established, very well established organization, they moved from Ukraine 30 years ago, and sometimes they don't know very well the local context. So it's also important to bridge this information, as you already mentioned. Information is important. And so there's already existing coordination platforms, and we one of them. And yeah, if you need some information or on researchers or contacting, or you can all as well come to our coordination meetings, like you're very, very welcome. So yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Daria. I also saw some comments coming, and I think one type of partnership that was put forward by Lorraine is the rehabilitation. I guess it's not really a partnership, it's much more in terms of project, no, of a contribution and channeling the efforts from the Ukrainian diaspora organization is for the rehabilitation of health services, I assume, and through the partnership with professional health service providers. Lorraine, are you here maybe to elaborate a bit more on this type of, because this is a good example of partnership as well. Would you like to elaborate a bit more on this? Okay, I'm not sure if Lorraine is still here. And then I saw also...
If you don't mind.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Daria. It's very important and essential what you have said. I would just to stress 3 things. So every step towards the coordination and towards the diaspora's impact is right, and there is not enough coordination rounds, coordination exchanges. Second, 4 points. Second, of course, if we are talking about diaspora in generally, it's right that, for example, diaspora to Canada, it's an oldest, one of the oldest ones to Spain and Italy. And we know Violeta Moskaluk with the Global Ukrainians NGO. I have been in exchange with her since I was coordinating this program in Ukraine for 7 years. Third point, there are countries that are lying quite not enough, not far away from Ukraine, where you have a frequent regular migration. For example, Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, Germany. And some of them, they have very strong knowledge exchange impact and financial impact, like Denmark, Germany, France, Spain, and this function of bridge is not also on the first plan, because the people are like a frequent migrants. So they know, of course, there is in Munich, in Germany, the generation after the First World War, and they're like old Ukrainians. But nevertheless, general in Europe, the Ukrainian diaspora is quite different and quite young. And the fourth point, and I think here the society can go deeper and take much more bigger added value from diaspora, because we have coordination rounds, and thank you for pointing out your coordination mechanism. I would gladly participate, and Jana. But of added value would be to go more detailed into diasporas of concrete countries. You know, for example, I see the potential of German diaspora, a big potential of German diaspora. Of course, you have a strong center in Munich, and then another strong center in Frankfurt, and the then strong center in Berlin. And if you know the specialities from this diaspora, what Ms. Robelin mentioned, like which layers, in which sectors they are working, which knowledge they have, what demands they have. For example, Indonesia diaspora would like to see investment bonds. Indonesia diaspora would like to invest to Indonesia, and they like send a request. We would like to have a diaspora investment bonds. Yeah, but what we know about Ukrainian diaspora, what likes Ukrainian diaspora in particular country, not the whole round. Of course, there is a big American diaspora, a big Canadian diaspora. Yeah, but if you like make the profile smaller on the country wise, then then it's possible to pick much more of added value from this diaspora. Like Italian diaspora, also like science for itself, yeah, or Spanish Ukrainian diaspora, and that is what I would like that we all reflect on. Yeah, and but we are, of course, we are always step by step farther and farther, and that's why I'm thank you for this exchange and for openness and transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think it is the profiling and telling what country level to also understand what drives the common interest, now especially to channel it better, or let's say also close to the needs. Now, because from a humanitarian perspective, also looking at again at the current crisis and the efforts and investments from the Ukraine diaspora as the first one to come, also a lot of financial, but also obviously emotional as well, contribution and work that is being done, that needs to be very much acknowledged as well, no? And so I think maybe my last question also to maybe wrap up also this group is, if we take, for instance, as an example of concrete steps that could be taken towards this end as well, I see that okay, both Daria and also Roberta are actually saying maybe to have those type of partnership and profiling, maybe to create a system of consultations, for instance. I know Daria as well from my colleagues from the MAC, you also have the platform that is in place. But Roberta, would you like maybe to give 2 examples of concrete steps that you think moving forward could be eventually looked at? And this is also to serve as a wrap up to this session.
Yes, thank you so much, Rafael, and thanks so much to to the contributions. Very, very relevant. I think here, we are hearing two levels of two levels of needs in terms of this coordination. One is like coordination internal to the diaspora. So that and then obviously that can happen and should happen starting from the country of residence where the diaspora is located. So like as Yuri was saying, the Ukrainian diaspora based in Germany, the one based in Italy, the one based in Spain, and in that sense, we have already some models that we can draw from. I think there are some best cases that we have tried to study, analyze in order to come up with a more streamlined model. And I put in the chat a link, but we'll be happy, to really have bilateral conversation with Ukrainians in a specific country that are willing to strengthen their partnership with other organizations in the same context. So, and I mentioned the example of IOM Italy because they have done, since March, they have conducted 5 consultations with about 50 Ukrainian diasporas, and they are now trying to extract from this experience a model that hopefully can be replicable in other countries. So I think it would be interesting, to learn from one another, and instead of like reinventing the wheel. And the other aspect that I think we heard is that more like cross-border transnational coordination, and that's where the mapping is helpful to understand the different profiles, to understand the different capacities, so that it's easier to match those capacities with the needs on the ground. And here there are some tools. I think our hope is to integrate a bit those tools. At the moment, the MAC has a mapping, IOM has a mapping, there is the roster under iDiaspora. Would be good to kind of bring those tools a little bit more, to kind of integrate them a little bit as much as possible. And then the other element, which was also raised by our colleague from the MAC, is the coordination in country. So how we ensure that the diaspora organizations that are operating, they're not doing it in a silo completely. They know what others are doing. That also other institutional humanitarian actors are aware of what diaspora organizations are, which sectors they're intervening, and then we can avoid gaps or overlapping. So I think we have enough tools at the moment and enough interested actors to systematize this approach. And it's great to see the interest, obviously, from the diaspora organization, from a donor perspective. So obviously, the MAC and IOM are really willing and very interested to facilitate these efforts. So yeah, thanks through IOM Ukraine or through IOM DC or HQ, we can continue this conversation.
Okay, thank you so much, Roberta and Daria and Yuri as well for giving so many recommendations as well. I would like to see if from the group other organizations would have a recommendation. I saw the need as well to ensure that information is systematically also translated. I mean, in Ukraine as well. But I saw also a recommendation from Vika. Would you like to take the floor? I think you were referring to, how maybe to streamline or also to engage in particular from the country of origin. And I would like, to see if you would like to explore a bit on this idea and the recommendation that you're making.
Sorry, my son was like hitting with the door.
Not a problem.
What you addressed me, or I'm I'm switching with my mind. You addressed me, or you addressed someone else?
No, I addressed some of the comments. So there was some of the recommendation as well maybe to strengthen, and one of the means as well to strengthen the partnership. I mean, one is in general, information sharing and so ensuring that organizations are open to each other. No, and I think understanding that the different diaspora organizations or representatives as well in different countries may have different interests, may have different needs, and as you were saying, I think this is joining to the idea of profiling engagement as well and communication. But there was also, a recommendation on, if you take the profiling and the engagement, so at country and also then channel it back. I think Daria, you were saying, okay, it can be channeled back to benefit to humanitarian crisis and response, ensuring you have this channel of communication as well, that it's understood and contribution to the existing coordination mechanism. But what I would like maybe also to delve a bit more in details, and how do you see then beyond the cluster system the establishment of partnership with, let's say, specific organization that may also be implementing or operating inside Ukraine. Now, if the diaspora organization or your organization is trying to channel, for instance, and see what is the best way to make sure that the assistance that I want to provide is going, beyond the family members and beyond, much more for the cause or sector of assistance. What are the specific challenges that the organization have been facing? And what are the concrete steps that you would like to put forward to go around those? And I think that goes beyond the understanding of the humanitarian coordination system, a bit more practically. I see, Daria, that your head is nodding, so I'm taking that you have some recommendations.
I mean, in general, of course, like the biggest challenge, I think, for the main organizations, it's lack of time. Yes, lack of time of participating on all kind of coordination. Yes, about how to set up with local organization. In general, what are kind of good thing about the project we have is that me as a Ukrainian diaspora as well, because I'm a Ukrainian who lives in Denmark, and we have our liaison officer who's Ukrainian in Ukraine. And this synergy of knowledge, so we're able to actually on the ground to find relevant information and relevant actors, partners for our, like when diaspora organization come to us with a request, we go directly and search for the best solutions for them. So our, I'm talking right now a little bit maybe down to earth, but it's what our everyday routine, because we are connecting in a little bridge which can bring like local actors to them. And the good thing that, because sometimes there's also important moment of not trusting, because there was cases of when humanitarian aid disappeared, and it's very for us important to know that we can help to find them a trustworthy partners, at least who we already know, with who we already in contact, because especially in the beginning, diaspora organization, they had a lot of resources because local, they received people donated money, and they wanted to spend on humanitarian aid, and there were cases of misuse of humanitarian aid, or when the cargoes were lost, and etc., etc. And there was a situation when we had to help to find their lost, let's say, humanitarian aid. So there was different cases, and I think what is the most important with a partnership, it's to give some for people who know the context in Ukraine to support organizations on the way. So this is what I can say from our own experience of everyday working with diaspora organizations.
Yeah. Okay, great. And last, that's great, I think. And I also noted, I know there is a note taker as well, but I'm also taking note because I find it very interesting. And maybe to wrap up a bit, once again, I think we were able to dwell and discuss a bit, some of the challenges, some of the recommendations, a lot of recommendations, a lot of initiatives as well. They also show that, in order to build as well and maybe streamline some partnership, there's still, I guess, some steps that need to be taken to streamline that and maybe support now a bit better the Ukrainian diaspora organizations abroad now, and to make sure as well it's channel. And I think the point of the transparency as well of ed, it's quite important and would need to be reflected. If we were to summarize maybe, what would you see as the main priorities for, let's say, the next 6 to 9 months? In particular in the current context, and knowing how things as well are going. I mean, hopefully there will be also a resolution, and knowing that things have been quite fluid. So for in general, and I'm sure opinions will diverge, in this group as well. But what do you think should be looked at? For the next, let's say, 6 to 9 months to strengthen general partnership, to strengthen the streamlining, what would need to be addressed as a priority?
Oh, this is a very good question. This is a very good question. I think, first of all, it's need to be looked where diaspora organizations are now, because we also understand that the resources are also kind of scarce, and probably also focus on strengthening capacity, like support with their capacity, or for example, fundraising. And as we know, most of the diaspora organizations, they're volunteer-based organizations. So help them to develop as an organization as well. So to work in this direction on supporting diaspora organizations, because they really indeed need help. So for example, we identified a need of that they're lacking volunteer management trainings, because they started from 10 volunteers and then in the end they're like 100 volunteers. So to identify what are the needs of diaspora organizations as organizations to getting stronger in order to respond. I mean, it's also depend on the context, how the conflict evolving in Ukraine. Yes, definitely right now with winter, probably the focus should be on humanitarian response on winterization and accepting refugees, because diaspora organization, first of all, they first responders, they taking care of Ukrainians who coming to the country. They provide information, they provide very often accommodation, and especially as you mentioned, the country like Hungary, for example, for 3 weeks there were no government who took care of refugees. So I believe that, and for example, it's a lot of donors right now actually focusing on diaspora organization. They support them, for example, in Moldova, Romania, Slovakia. So because they see potential in this organization as a trusted organization, and those who have language, knowledge. So yeah, I mean, it depends on the organization, diaspora organization, and the context in Ukraine. So yeah, in a nutshell. But it's very good. It's very good question, and what we are thinking. Like we are trying to reflect on this question often to understand how we can support. What is our role to support?
And that's a very complete and comprehensive answer. So thank you so much for that. So with those last words, I think that will make and mark the end of this break session. Unless anyone would like to make a final remark or final comment, please don't hesitate to take the floor. No? Okay. So thank you so much for that. I believe, allow me now to close together with this wrap up. I think we were able to discuss quite obviously not extensively, but quite some of the priorities, the challenges, and the main recommendation to strengthen the partnership. So our colleagues should be coming back to the main room now. And in the meantime, I will now close my camera and the mic, as I believe that the rest of the session in plenary will start in a couple of minutes.
I think it's time to wrap up. I wanted to see if Rafael is online to summarize the group 1 discussion and the ways forward identified in the discussion. Okay, then I will start probably with a summary of a group 2. And let my colleague Rafael to rejoin the panel discussion in the meantime. 1 second. Okay, so group 2 the discussion was focused on partnerships, specifically partnerships with diaspora for economic recovery of the country. We have, I think that unfortunately we had to break the discussion when the discussion was starting to, okay, sorry, I still want us to follow the logical sequence, and I see that Rafael is back online. So I would like Rafael to start with a summary of humanitarian response group, and then we will logically transfer to economic recovery. Sorry, my OCD is kicking in. Rafael, over to you.
Thank you so much. Oops, my camera is off. Thank you so much. So we had quite an interesting discussion around the partnership and how to streamline both in terms of support, but also access to information to Diaspora group in order to support both, the response in Ukraine because of the current crisis, but also vice versa in those countries, and also for Ukrainians that are also fleeing. Some of the recommendation, and of course I will give the floor in case I missed anything from our colleagues who participated in the groups, is, well, first of all, what is very important as a first step and as a priority is to have, an harmonized database and mapping that is adapted in each country for the diaspora organization. Understanding, general profiling, but also understanding the main points of interest that, is common across diaspora organization, and identifying some priority sectors or potential areas of partnership to support also the response and the humanitarian response in Ukraine. That can be done also using a cost-efficient application, including, the diaspora. There's a few applications, also government-led application from the Ukrainian government as well. But one recommendation was, maybe to look at an app that is also easy. There's a recommendation from IOM, of course, and from DEMAC in this regard. And that's something that will need eventually to be prioritized to streamline it. Then second key point that is coming and that is also responding to, a challenge is the sphere of engagement, and also understanding, obviously, even the humanitarian coordination system that we all know is always not the most easy also to understand, no? But how to, streamline and having one coordination mechanism, but also to address the different sphere of interest and engagement based on the profiling in each country, right? So, for instance, looking at the best practices, for instance, with the engagement in Italy, there's also some practices in Germany that came through the discussion. In terms of general challenges, what has been coming quite strongly is, the coordination and the information sharing is always, a bit difficult. I think the diaspora organization are certainly one of the first responders, both in country but outside country. There's a few elements and examples that can in Hungary, for instance, for welcoming also the Ukrainian refugees, and so that would mean in terms of solution, looking at some functional bridge. Also see, okay, so if for instance the Diaspora organization would like also to streamline the access to assistance in country, but also to build a partnership with a local organization, that is seem to be the practice, how to pretty much standardize. And I think it can, through the discussion, that represents one of the main challenge. So priorities for the next 6 months, some very good recommendation. Again, the profiling, the mapping being one of them, contextualized profiling and mapping, but also assisting in channeling fundraising efforts, against common standards and common goals identified across the Diaspora organization in the hosting country, and channeling as well, and providing more support as well in terms of capacity building, to know how to maneuver as well a bit more the humanitarian coordination mechanism, but also engaging with the receiving organization, with a focus very much in the civil society organization, in particular in Ukraine, in particular given accessibility and the capacity to respond. I think it became very clear that from the Diaspora organization, at least for now, and given the fluidity of the context, some of the priorities at the moment are very much about in country any type of winterization assistance, but also accessibility to health services, and outside in terms of strengthening and maybe streamlining not necessarily the welcoming, but the reception as well for migration flows and also refugees flows. So that summarizes very quickly the conversation. If anyone from the group would like to add additional points that I may have omitted, please feel free, by all means.
Thank you, Raphael. Yeah, if there are any adds on, okay, I don't see anybody unmuting themselves, but still feel free to write in the chat or unmute and speak if you have some additional comments regarding the group number 1. Regarding the group number 2 and the discussion of the economic recovery, I think we had a very good discussion on the cooperation between Ukrainians, other countries, and how to make this cooperation mutually beneficial, how to account for the interests of different sides. We had touched on promotion and practically positioning Ukrainians, because the image of Ukrainian is not necessarily corresponding to the needs of, say, economic recovery. So to position Ukrainians as a highly qualified, highly educated professionals, and again, position Ukrainian goods in the international markets. There is definitely a lot of interest in the regard of connecting Ukrainian enterprises and producers with the skills and expertise, both of diaspora, but also of other qualified similar enterprises, similar businesses in, well, in our case, European countries, because I think we've had a discussion rotating mostly around EU member states. There was a discussion of touching upon cooperation of diaspora organizations from different countries. And this is something to put a pin on also for IAM future work. Creating the Ukrainian brand as such, which goes together probably with the positioning of Ukraine and Ukrainians. Communication, I think I've already mentioned it, better communication and understanding of the small Ukrainian NGO needs, who also can be partners of Ukrainian diaspora organization. And then I think there were several challenges mentioned, such as high risk to invest in Ukraine nowadays. And again, lack of understanding of Ukrainian market, lack of understanding of Ukrainians is a challenges that we need to breach and overcome. Coaching, mentorship was mentioned as one of the potential areas of cooperation. In terms of role that IOM can play in supporting all this, we were speaking about financial support, expertise, contacts, and cooperation. And finally, important, there was a very important distinction made about when speaking about economic recovery, short-term horizon, what we can do while the war is ongoing. And I think there were still a lot of ideas identified on what we can do while the war is still ongoing, and what we can do after the war, where in that regard, IOM return and reintegration program was mentioned as one of the programs that can be very helpful in the post-war reality, post-war reintegration. Thank you very much. My group number 2, as I said, wrapping up our group, I think we just started this discussion, and I hope we'll have more forum, more space for follow-up discussion. If there are any additional comments from group number 2, I will be very happy to pass the floor for somebody from my group for final comments. If no, I will just briefly outline what we will do in follow-up to this conference and what the participants, and particularly thank you to all the participants who stayed with us till the end of the event. 3.5 hour or almost 4 hour marathon can be exhaustive. Thank you for your stamina. So what I wanted to say, what we can promise we will do. We will share, as we promised, the recording of the event in both languages, Ukrainian and English. It will take a little bit of time as we will need to glue together the main event and the plenary session, but we will share these 2 recordings. We will share the presentations that were used, and we will also share like a very short summary of the key ideas and notions discussed. We do hope that it will help identifying the ideas. As I said in my first presentation, if you are interested to stay in touch and to participate in all these programs, we do have a roster for Ukrainian diaspora. I have posted it in the chat. And as I've done with my group, I also share my email here. Rafael coordinates our humanitarian programs, but I can also help with directing you to the right person in IAM to speak with, or if you want to speak more about economic recovery, business support, I will be very happy to continue this conversation with you as this falls under my purview. So yeah, this will be the follow-up from us. If you have your own plan and agenda for follow-up, we'll be very happy. We hope this also help you to see some potential contacts for your work and what you do. And if you would like to follow up with IOM, again, we're very much interested in promoting this cooperation with us, with our partners. And we definitely looking forward to future events like this and more bilateral discussions. Here, unlike the previous session, I would like you to speak more than I do. I want to be that practically silent moderator. I want to see the discussion, but I want to set the main questions for the discussion. And so again, the purpose of this breakout session is to discuss specific partnership opportunities and how we can together respond to the needs in Ukraine in terms of economic recovery, focusing specifically on economic recovery or expanding from humanitarian response into recovery and then development mode. What opportunities and challenges are for such cooperation? So we have 3 main questions for discussion. What partnerships can strengthen diaspora work to support Ukraine? What do you think should be priorities for future, next 6 to 9 months? Or at least what are the priorities for you and your organization? How do you see it, again, through the lens of economic recovery? And what challenges, obstacles do you see for fostering partnerships between diaspora groups and other organizations or Ukrainian government and government agencies? So yeah, this is the main questions. And I will be very happy if there will be anybody willing to start already speaking. You can start from introducing yourself, your organization, what you do, how do you see the future? Let's start from this one. It's probably the one that we all ponder about. How do you see next 6 to 9 months? Do you think that we can already be speaking about economic recovery? What can we do in this time frame of half a year, 9 months? To support recovery or to build the foundation for a strong and resilient Ukraine. Are there any volunteers to break the ice? Don't want to be calling names. It's always very difficult to go first. Okay,
may you start?
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Zoya.
I will try to. No, I have a small kid here next to me, so excuse me if he starts to shout. So what I see here is that, as I told even before, that Italians on the first place always have their own interests. From time to time, I see that they are talking about, okay, but within the Ukraine, also when we are talking about the infrastructure, when we are talking about new job places, there's definitely will be a lot of opportunities for the potential investments. But I think obviously they would want to sell their product or their service to Ukraine, but what I think we can think about is about how to stimulate the cooperation in that instead of just buying the service or just giving a floor to them, making such rules that it will be a cooperation, so the Ukrainians will be also engaged in all these processes. This is something what I'm thinking when I hear all these questions about investing in Ukraine or doing in Ukraine what they normally do as a business. So I'm always about, I still keep on turning back to this point that this common companies, corporations, and the involvement between the country of the interest and the Ukraine should always be should be always interesting for them, but at the same time work also for us. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's very important to when we speak about cooperation, to find something that will be exactly mutually beneficial. And I think that's probably one of the hardest points in negotiations, to find the points that will be of interest and see how it's important, and I see how many challenges are there. I don't want to keep Zoya on the spot because I also see that a very young member of Ukrainian diaspora in Italy is voicing his concerns. But again, if there are anybody else who want to contribute to this point, please unmute yourself and speak up. Otherwise, I will have to ask Zoya what challenges she sees on the way of establishing such cooperation and such possible joint companies or joint initiatives if we don't even start from formalizing the cooperation.
If I may.
Yeah, sure. І також я попрошу, якщо комусь комфортніше українською.
Also, I apologize if anyone prefers Ukrainian, please switch to Ukrainian. That's why we've organized a bilateral conference to speak the language that's comfortable for you. Sure, but I'll speak English from here on.
Great. So I'll keep it in English. So I thought I'm gonna break the ice, even though I'm not from the investment or economic relationship side, but slightly related. So my name is Eugenia, and I'm from Lithuania, a country that currently does everything we can to provide both humanitarian and military support. And I am working with Open Society or Open Lithuania Foundation. It's an organization that in its mission supports civil society organizations, NGOs, and various initiatives. So it's not a humanitarian organization and it's not economic or investment organization, but we do have something in mind that can relate to economically support diaspora. And creating these connections and partnerships. So I just thought I'm going to go ahead and break the ice, so maybe the others also feel more brave to speak. So right now at the Open Lithuania Foundation, we are looking at idea to create a kind of a networking and ideas exchange hub for Ukrainians currently residing in Lithuania. And it's mostly would be targeting, let's say, academics, teachers, educators, civil society representatives, cultural workers, intellectuals, sort of knowledge production individuals. And one thing that we want to support Ukrainians is, first of all, when we're gonna create the hub, we wanna use as much as possible services of Ukrainians to create the hub. So when we talk about communication, or when we talk about, let's say, a design of premises, interior design, or creating a database, it's like digital solution or security, we want to, as much as possible, use the skills of Ukrainians who are already in Lithuania, and in this way support them. Because unfortunately, there is a reality that many Ukrainians struggle to find jobs that would be exactly correlating to their skill set. So we want to try and have this hub and use the services of Ukrainians. Another thing, we want to create kind of a database or like a point of connection where, let's say, Lithuanians who want to use services of Ukrainians could come and get those contacts. So kind of what somebody was mentioning before, use and buy Ukrainian services and products. So we want to be one of that hubs where you could go to and get those contacts. And of course, having a lot of networking and connecting opportunities between Lithuanians and Ukrainians, possibly for creating mutual projects, it doesn't have to be I don't know, big initiatives like investment initiatives, but it can be small projects. And we already have examples where Lithuanians and Ukrainians cooperate, and it creates some sort of income, at least for that specific family or for several Ukrainian families. And it is, in a way, our little input into this economic support and hopefully in the future recovery. So not completely related, but hopefully this breaks the ice for others to pitch in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eugenia. I think it's a very good example of, again, promoting Ukrainians not only as refugees who need help, but also as qualified workers or skilled professionals whose services can be purchased. In this way, they will not need humanitarian support. They will be able to provide for themselves. I also, sorry, I wanted to follow up and ask you, do you plan partnering with Ukrainian diaspora organizations when opening the exchange hub? And also, do you think it will be easy or challenging to market and to promote Ukrainians to Lithuanian market?
Of course, we are looking to partner with Ukrainian diaspora. Right now, there's several Ukrainian organizations in Lithuania So once we kind of get it a bit more conceptualized, the idea, we will definitely reach out for cooperations. Right now, we are talking to members of Ukrainian diaspora, gathering these needs and actually validating, is it really something needed right now? Because there's definitely a lot of humanitarian aid being provided or military aid. So we don't need to come in that level of support. But for example, there's no specific professional networking opportunities. There's like the refugees or the Ukrainians that arrive in Lithuania, they manage to settle in, find accommodation, sort out bureaucracy. But what's next? How do we integrate them, create this safe social bubble also that would support them economically, psychologically, and in other ways? But we definitely, it's one of our principles is to talk as much as possible with Ukrainians in creating this hub. We're in the very early stages where we're really still validating the idea and gathering kind of needs, what is really needed. But this event, and thank you for the organizers, was a good opportunity also to hear what other diaspora networks are doing across different countries in Europe and beyond in the US as well.
Thank you. And if we have among our participants of a breakout session, somebody who went through a similar experience, I don't know, Zoya, Mikhailo, from those whom I know from the participants list, is something that you also were thinking about when starting your work? Please feel free to contribute.
I always said that in Italy, it's a huge problem that Ukrainians got a certain cliche since in 90s and beginning of 2000. People been mostly coming here with a need, and most of them been accepting, simple jobs. So it is unfortunately created the certain cliche that Ukrainians are in Italy for doing this type of job, and normally it's very challenging for people, to overcome this bias. I also went through this, this obstacle once I've been immigrated to Italy. So when I'm talking about the integration and empowerment is also the thing that I would want to change, and I want to make, even if it's about the motivational trainings or if it's about making the tools, it's exactly about, giving this opportunity to believe in yourself and to finally get the job which corresponds to your knowledge and skills. For example, in first days when we've been creating this website for Italians and saying them that you may offer a job to Ukrainian, we with the huge words wrote Ukrainians are highly educated nation. Most of the people speak English. A lot of people who've been forced to move to Italy because of the war, been working as on the top positions, administrative positions. So they, I've been writing it exactly like this because otherwise I've been afraid that we would receive 100 offers, to be as a babysitter, to be a cleaner or something like this, and none other. While you've been just talking, Eugenia, I came up with the idea that it would be excellent to cooperate with the private companies, which like HR companies, headhunting companies, and to do something like a job fair. So, the event of this kind could be a great opportunity, I believe, because I know now a lot of Ukrainians who are struggling with finding a job, decent job, let's say. Because especially, for example, I have here a woman, she's been the professor of the economics. She's been an accountant on a big company in Ukraine, and she moved here. And she is trying to find, a job which would better correspond to her skills. But because of the age and because her Italian isn't perfect yet, for understandable reasons, she's really struggling, and for many people it's frustrating because when you're 20 you may accept a job of selling in a shop, and it still will be frustrating. But imagine yourself after all the experience you've got and finding yourself in the situation that you simply cannot have your job or just to survive, you have to do a job, which is like a huge downshift for you. So I absolutely agree that this is one of the issue we have to, to think about, and we have to create opportunities to engage. That's why it's also one of the point why we wanted to make this course about the entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship here, because from my experience, I'm working as an immigration lawyer, so I have I have a lot of examples, and what I notice is that oftentimes people coming here, and especially after a certain age, they will still struggle to find a decent job. But in the very end, those who are creating the job for themselves or even for others are way more happier than those who just found a job and like became an employee. Oftentimes this is the case. So, and as I said, you can create, we have a great example here. Someone wrote already in the chat, this Vilna, this is the girl who found herself in Italy, and she'd been working as a marketeer. So she started to create, like t-shirts with the Ukrainian symbolics and start to, to sell them. She engaged other refugee girls who are making, some handmade вышивание. I have no clue how it works.
Embroidery.
Exactly. So, she engaged the designer who did the design. So practically with what she's doing, apart from just, selling to Ukrainians who wants here some, Ukrainian product, let's say, or merch or t-shirt, she created the income for others. She created a job, and this is also the social entrepreneurship can have a place here. And today I heard about a startup, a company, a small company in Ukraine who are making the socks. And they're making, always about this Ukrainian theme, but they engaged the women who left without a job. And I think we can also, for example, do it from here. We had one girl who'd been trying, she moved also, she's a young, I think she's working in the fashion industry, and I think she's a model, but she also have her small brand of the clothes. So she's been looking for a girl who knows how to design. Another question.
Knitting.
Knitting. Okay. Who knew how to knit? They posted made a post, and then she found among the women refugees, Ukrainian refugees here, a woman, perfect woman. She was really glad. This is one of the examples, but it also can be women who are in Ukraine now. So, someone Ukrainian creating a brand here, they sell it here, they target it to here, but it's produced in Ukraine. So this kind of things we should stimulate. And this are the things which will work, I hope, even after the war. So if they are built in such way.
Thank you so much, Zoya. I think that I in general like the idea of creating Ukrainian brand, just something that in your words resonated. And I think that Ukraine is being branded for the past 8 months in a very specific way due to circumstances. But I think that the power of Ukrainians who are in other countries now can add a completely new dimension to this brand and add this perspective that Ukraine as country of origin of nice things that you want to buy for your home, or qualified professionals who can provide services. So this all is very important. And but I see the hand from Alexander raised. I don't see the last name, unfortunately. The Zoom cuts, but over to Alexander.
Hi, my name is Alexander Krylenko, and I'm working with DRC. I'm livelihood officer, like economic recovery officer. During the last 4 months, I've been traveling all over Ukraine, and I was searching for beneficiaries who would need support to get the business grant. And I'm working with only small amounts of money. It's like $1,000. And I've met some wonderful people all over Ukraine. And it's just amazing to see how people, they moved from place that was shattered, from houses that ruined, but they still have the knowledge, they have skills, and they cannot find jobs at new places. But with our help, they are able to get new materials, new equipment, new opportunities to start their jobs, to start their lives all over again. And sometimes it just needs a little bit of push, like, you know, it sounds like not much, like $1,000. What can you do with it? But I can tell you like 100, maybe not hundreds, but I can tell you like quite a few stories about people who managed to start their lives all over again through these little injections. So, and it's wonderful to see how people change. It's, you know, like they start to think differently. They start to think that, well, I can do something. I can be useful. I can produce something. I can make a difference. I can make a living for my family. I can make a living for, you know, I can make a difference for others. And it's just amazing. So I really enjoy what we do. And that's a project that we started like in 2015. And we started in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, and now we are supporting those people who moved from those areas, and now they're all over Ukraine. So I can tell you like quite a few stories about wonderful people who are ready to work, they're ready to do something, but sometimes they just need a little push. Many cases when we talk to them, we ask them how much time it will take you to buy products. I mean, like your equipment, your tools on your own, like hairdresser. You know, she left the Mariupol and everything was lost. Like her hair salon was completely shattered, completely destroyed. And she's at new location and she's ready to work and she has the skills. She just needs like those scissors. She just needs that stand, you know, and then she's ready to work and she's ready, you know, she's ready to make her own living. And on the other hand, she's also getting that dignity back. So she's not relying on that IDP, you know, government allowances for IDPs. She's more relying on her own skills. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Alexander. I just want to connect what you say with what Diana says in the comments, because it's very important that DRC, IOM, other organizations in Ukraine support a lot of livelihood interventions, right? We support with different amount of grants from $1,000 to several $1,000s for people to restart their business. And what Diana says very importantly, and this is exactly along the lines of what we were thinking, that diaspora members can do mentorship for startups and entrepreneurial trainings. There is a need to create a more structured platform for that, or at least some success stories that could inspire. And this is exactly the purpose with which we're reaching out to diaspora members. We're trying to find the skill set, trying to find this knowledge, how diaspora can contribute with their experience to development of those tiny little local businesses that probably will benefit from some experience of somebody who had similar experience elsewhere.
If I may add one more thing, I think the quality of the product that some of these small businesses produce is just outstanding. It's so beautiful. I wish you could see like some of the embroidery that some of the beneficiaries are making. You know, I wish you could see that leather work that some of the beneficiaries are doing. Like you know, they can be competing like on the international markets, and that would be great if you know, we could link some of the, you know, local production with the international, you know, like let them market their services or market their products like elsewhere in the world. That would be great.
Exactly. Very much true. And I wanted to ask, maybe other participants can continue what Alexander had started. Alexander, I'm sorry, could I just ask you to mute yourself because I hear the music
Okay.
Thank you very much. I continue. Maybe you can also contribute with a similar example of how you think that diaspora can contribute to various economic initiatives in Ukraine, and there are plenty of those ongoing. I see the hand from Olena. Olena, over to you.
Доброго вечора.
Good evening. I'm very grateful for this invitation. It's actually very interesting. I may not have quite understood from the beginning, but then I thought, well, it's our topic, isn't it? I would like to introduce myself. I'm Olena Hafonova. I'm an IDP myself. I moved from Luhansk region, which is occupied now, and my native town is, well, 70 to 80% ruined. That's Severodonetsk, if anyone knows. And I'm a director and the founder of a charity organization. We have a very simple organization. We're not supported by oligarchs or anything, or some party bosses or something. We have established it back in 2018 to develop this kind of micro business, to help people earn their living. And it was actually working very well. We were helping them to bring in grants, we transferred knowledge, etc., etc. But when the war started, we moved out of our town, and just like everyone, started volunteering, involving humanitarian aid from simple people, from other volunteers, from international organizations. And by the way, we've been cooperating with IOM even now as distributors of humanitarian aid in Dnipropetrovsk region. We're now residing in Dnipro. But I'd like to say that as a person who is used to earning her living and not wait for anyone to give them anything, I understand that with humanitarian aid, we have to be there should be some kind of differentiation. Something needs to be done. Some are receiving a lot of it, some are receiving nothing. And there is a category of people who is just, used to living off that humanitarian aid. And this is a bit of a problem. We are developing our own training courses. There's a volunteering center in Dnipro for that particular reason, to help people earn their living, because there are people who want to work but don't have the opportunity to do so. Maybe some micro grants through other donors, like what Zoya said, that they were thinking about a fair of Ukrainian commodities, and we could be involved. We have a lot of skillful entrepreneurs who are doing wonderful things, leather goods, some Ukrainian t-shirts with Ukrainian symbols. There are wonderful embroidered shirts. This is also about the propaganda of the Ukrainian goods. And we could get involved with my organization, with the people who are standing behind us. We also have a lot of entrepreneurs who moved out of the occupied territories because, for example, their production facilities were destroyed, or they removed some of their equipment. They could take it out of that zone, and they need equipment. It's not like they need a factory. This is usually something small. For example, today, I'm sorry for this detail, I visited a dentist. I had a dentist appointment, and these are the people who left Severodonetsk. They could get some of their equipment out, but they were also saying, if we could get another 2 or 3, I don't know what it's called, obviously, but it's that equipment that is used to work on to do the teeth work, and they are saying if we could get another 2 or 3 of those thingies, we could open another office and we could provide medical care to people, dental care. And I don't know whether it worked out for them, but they were organizing to get some equipment out of Germany. It's second-hand, perhaps, or maybe somebody needs to sell something. So if some kind of that networking could be done, maybe you have something there and we could transport it here and give people the chance to earn their living here. We also have a lot of craft producers. This is also the kind of Ukrainian produce that could easily be exported. There's a huge need in the exchange of experience, what was mentioned before. We could learn from you. We could learn some newer technologies that Europe has, and perhaps we are using something more obsolete at the moment. So we're open for cooperation. And we're not just asking for humanitarian aid. There's a lot of it in Ukraine. But the exchange of skills, the exchange of experience, the equipment, participation in some kind of fairs and commodity fairs in Europe, or vice versa. I support this mutual cooperation, win-win cooperation whole.
Я думаю, що це в процесі перемовин можна, скажімо так, долучитися і знайти якісь точки дотику в цьому контексті. Дякую.
Дякую, пані Олена. Мені здається, наступний крок має бути форум партнерства, де українські організації і в Україні, і українські організації діаспорські зможуть між собою поспілкуватися, обсудити потреби.
Я думаю, це буде
і
дуже
знайти
круто,
контакти. Так. Дякую дуже. Я передаю слово Вікторії Діденко.
Так, мене бачите?
Так, пані Вікторія.
Short introduction of myself. My name is Victoria. I'm from Ukraine, but right now I am based in Lithuania, in Vilnius. And I'm working for the organization called Create Lithuania, Kurk Lietuvai. And basically, I'm based right now at the Office of the Government, and my main role is to help the government of Lithuania to prepare kind of a strategic document how Lithuania can help or can be involved in the recovery of Ukraine in the long term. So, we thought, because it's a very broad, topic, and we actually had a lot of consultations with different Lithuanian actors, especially private actors, or companies from different fields, starting with, industrial field and ending with investors, for example. And we realized that there is a high interest and they are very enthusiastic and working in Ukraine and with Ukraine specifically. And 3 problems have been identified, which is, first of all, the war is ongoing. So there is a high risk to, for example, invest in Ukraine or rebuild Ukraine, because maybe tomorrow everything will be destroyed. Secondly, is that they don't know Ukrainian market and they have no idea who does what. So there is acknowledged also of the Ukrainian market. And third problem is that they don't know people from Ukraine. And of course, Ukrainian language as well can be seen as an obstacle. And how to solve this problem. And also, moreover, we identified that there are different companies from the same field, but they don't communicate among themselves. So one company doesn't know what the other does. And so there is kind of a will to help, but maybe because the sources are limited, maybe the capabilities are very small, they don't know how to do it. But maybe instead of not instead, they can, unite among themselves, and they can give a bigger help by doing it together rather than one by one. And so one solution which can be seen is to make people talk among themselves, and also involve Ukrainian side as well. So we thought the level is now just thoughts, nothing is practical, to organize kind of roundtables for Lithuanians companies, as well as with the involvement of Ukrainians side, and to make people talk among themselves, maybe raise in one question took from recovery plan of Ukraine, like, I don't know, from the economic question, because in the recovery plan, there are different targets and tasks identified. So pick one problem and say, okay, we have this one. Lithuania, what can you do? Ukraine, what you need, and to make people to connect them. So very briefly, brief description, this description of what we are doing right now, and as the thoughts.
Thanks a lot, Victoria. Excellent thought. And I noted also for the list of challenges that communication and promotion and communicating right about Ukraine is very important. I pass over to Michael, and then the last call for hands, and we will be wrapping up and moving back to plenary.
Thanks, Katya. I was resisting for so long the temptation to raise my hand and talk, and then I just couldn't resist anymore. But actually, Victoria answered a lot of the question that I had. What I'm hearing from a lot of you is that there's an interest in facilitating trade, facilitating business linkages, and creating markets for Ukrainian goods, which is music to our ears, because this is our concept as well. As Katya mentioned, we've been working with Upwork in terms of export of services, simply because it's an easier thing to export in difficult circumstances. But we'd also be interested in looking at how we can help Ukrainian businesses create markets abroad as well, as a way of generating income. And as was rightly said by someone else, it's more than just getting revenue into Ukraine. It's a sense of belonging, a sense of pride that people have when they're able to take care of themselves, take care of their own lives. So this is really something that we think is key in the coming months. My question, which Victoria, I think, partially answered, is what role can IOM play in supporting you to create those markets and to create those linkages? The project Katya runs, I think, does something similar to what Victoria, you were saying, in that we recognize that a lot of these displaced businesses are going to have similar challenges in terms of, setting up new supply chains, understanding new markets, getting to new markets. So rather than simply giving them money and getting them to do it themselves, we have put in place consultancy services that is able to service each one of these businesses with the similar needs that they have. So it's a question of being able to use economies of scale as well. But the question, I guess, would be to everyone, what can IOM do? And how can we work with you in order to facilitate this type of trade and business networking between Ukrainian businesses and diaspora? Sorry, Katya, because I know you had a bunch of other questions for them, and I'm sort of taking away from that.
No, it's actually the most relevant question to wrap this session, because I think that is very important. I will pass to Zoya, then to Mikhailo, and then I will leave my email in the chat. For those who are shy to speak during the session, but will have last-minute thoughts or post-event thoughts, please always write to me. I'm very communicative. Okay, Zoya, Mikhailo, and then Volodymyr.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to the question of coaching. I really like this point, because this is another point which I will take out from this session. I believe that among even Italians and also Ukrainians, we can make a coaching. For example, Italy is famous for design. It's a special market, but for to promote here our products, and especially craft products, oftentimes where we should think about also, simple things like to adapt a design of certain things to this market the packaging to this market. And what I see is that, okay, maybe a crafter on the ground in Ukraine cannot obviously know all these things, but there is a designer who lives and works here and who can be a couch and to design, together a product which will be way more interested and way more corresponding to the market. And this is one of the example. We can bring our skills like judicial, legal skills. We can bring our financial skills and knowledge, which we have already now. The main point is that I see a lot of people, and especially when we talk about small businesses and even medium businesses, they lack of this kind of knowledge, operational management, even production, and how to grow. So instead of maybe, just bringing them here, we first need to prepare them. And that could be done sometimes by the, direct coaching, and the direct coaching would be just excellent, because I a few days ago heard the opinion that we have a lot of trainings, we have a lot of, schools and everything, but in the end of the day, a person watch this, or follows this training, but they still, once they sit down alone, they don't know how to implement this skills. So maybe, or knowledge, maybe it is a time once to create, one-to-one coaching, and to sit with them and to create, this path which is needed for them to get out of the Ukrainian market and to develop. Well, obviously, in a lot of things, we all need the financial support. This is, grants are very much needed for us as well, because I see more and more people who are working on volunteer basis, but at certain point they say, okay, I have to work. And that could help, to make win-win. So someone is working, but also they're helping Ukrainian business. The expertise you have, like I am absolutely sure that you have a lot of expertise whom you can engage in all this, initiatives, and to connect us between ourselves, connect us with those who are in need in Ukraine, connect us with the people who have knowledge, skills, and who can guide even us. So that's what I see as, as what you can do for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Zoya. Mikhailo?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm driving, so but I hope you can hear me okay, is it?
We can hear you okay, but drive safe, please.
Can you hear me?
Now you're interrupting, but try starting and then.
No, because I have a lot of I agree a lot with what Zoya said on what how the IOM can help. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly well.
Okay. So I agree a lot with what Zoya said, and I basically IOM could be structure and then processes like of the separate organizations or in across the globe, but it would be more effective to know, for example, a document which could be implied in Ireland, getting prepared in Lithuania, so we can share this information in the IAM. Say, okay, look at this document, maybe you can use. So help us to communicate, even if in this matter. And obviously, a lot of us facing difficulties, like because when you start expanding your business, like your operations in any country, if you not protected by something or some organization, it's hard to operate, and we're wasting a lot of time in bureaucracy instead of to implying our skills to promote in our case, business, work with the actual, actual, do the work on the field actual, but we're wasting our time to organizing insurances, statuses of organization, and everything else. And I am as that size of organization have it on the back as the backup, as the sort of. It's great to have, because and I think IAM could be a little bit more proactive in this case as well,
Yeah. Дякую дуже, Михайло, і передаю слово пану.
Much, Mikhailo. I'd like to give floor to Volodymyr, if I understand. Volodymyr Sterdeni, if I'm not mistaken. Well, everyone. Well, first of all, what I'd like to say is, if we're talking about assistance in rebuilding, we should sort of split this into two stages. Stage one is while the war is not over. The assistance that could be provided to IDPs, to refugees abroad in Italy and other countries. And the second stage is the stage after the war. I'm now working in the employment center. Before I was a cultural mediator. With the employment center, and I know the problems of immigrants full well. First, Italy does not recognize our diplomas, and that creates problems. Secondly, it's hard to find a job if you don't know the language. So there has to be some period of adjustment from 3 years to a year until the person masters the language. Only then do they have a chance to get a job that would correspond their competencies or the kind of job that they would like. Because until the person learns the language and becomes autonomous in communication, it's very hard to find a real job. So we should be thinking, splitting this into two stages. Helping refugees and helping those in Ukraine. If the people now are following the example of Italy, if they have a wish to get a profession, to start their own business,
на облік в центрі зайнятості, тому що в центрах зайнятості існують різні програми, різні
the
банди.
employment centers have various programs. And as for getting some kind of specialization that is necessary for the economy of the region, and in order to get the business, and there are employment center consultants that are helping register as entrepreneurs that can provide initial help with the legislation. They can explain what and how needs to be done, what rules the person should observe, what kind of reports they should take, help them with startup. And all of these things are available sufficiently. It's just that you need to search for information and seek places that could help. But first of all, the person has to learn the language, because without the language, no professional courses are going to help. Not even the information that a specialist can provide. And it's not possible until the person learns the language. It's simply impossible to take an interpreter around. So this is the first obstacle they need to overcome. Secondly, assistance to people who are in Ukraine.
Подібними підприємствами в Україні, підприємства в Італії, маю на увазі, і наводити контакти. Але це більш така, скажімо так, працеємна робота, тому що знайти такі відповідні речі, це дуже багато зусиль потребує. Що стосується, але це реально, звісно.
The only thing that could help would be cooperation after the end of the war. because as a mediator, I cooperated with IOM, and we were working on this voluntario assistiva. When a person decided to return to motherland, there is a program that if a person creates a business plan on what accounts, why they're thinking, what they think is necessary, is to become this. I just know that if a person knows that there will be business, there will be funding, and the funding will even cover the people, the family members. And representatives in Ukraine are meeting with a person, checking the business plan, and if a person sees that the situation is not quite the same as it was initially planned, they can change the plan. And this is what we're saying about this 2,000 or 3,000 euros that could be a startup for that new business. IOM does not provide this business, this money to the people, and IOM is paying for the bills.
Оце, скажімо так, гроші, які вона отримує готівка. Решта фінансування іде через ОІМ. Тобто іде
Most of the funding goes to IOM. There's control over this money. What is it spent on? This is one of the programs that could work after the war. Particularly that I know that IOM is
зараз після війни вони будуть активовані, я так надіюся. Ось. Але ОІМ ці програми запускає в тому випадку, якщо людина повертається в свою країну і там нема небезпеки для життя цієї людини. Тобто війни вже не має бути. Ось. Тоді стартують ці програми. Після того інше є, що можна буде...
Immediate danger to person's life is over. And joint Italian-Ukrainian ventures could be established. But again, this is only possible after the end of the war, because investing money into Ukraine, where there's war, and a missile can fly over and burn all this money, none of the business persons are going to do that. So we need to split our plans into two stages.
Ну, після війни, то вже кажу, хай закінчиться та війна якнайшвидше, а там вже будемо,
все
думаю,
зробимо.
всі старатися.
Дякую, пане Володимире, дякую, учасники. На жаль, мусимо, мені здається, дискусія лише починається, але мусимо закривати цю сесію. В чаті, будь ласка.
We need to wrap up the session on chat. Please move on to chat. And please follow the reference that Anastasia and technical support have sent to chat. Please move to the main plenary session for the last 10 minutes for the discussion of our next step and for summary. Thank you very much, everyone, for this discussion. This was very interesting, and I hope we can make it longer next time. Thank you.